WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here's JB Biunno.
An urgent search around the clock as authorities search for a 2-year-old who vanished from an apartment in St. Pete, Florida. We are asking still share to help. The boy's mother found dead at the scene of what police are calling a violent murder. New details this morning on the nonstop search for Taylen Mosley. Good afternoon to you folks, or good morning to you still. We're approaching the noon hour on day 2 of the search in Florida for Taylen Mosley, a missing 2-year-old that we've been talking about since yesterday, March 30th. I want to get right to Nicole Rogers, who's joining us live from the scene of the disappearance, the apartment complex in St. Pete. Some new details coming in this morning that you've been reporting on. Nicole, what's the very latest?
I'd say the newest details that we received this morning would be that the father is a person of interest but does not have the child. Now, once again, we are searching for 2-year-old Taylen Mosley. Now, he just turned 2 here, and everybody is asking if you see him to please call police. Now, the latest here, if you take a look right behind me, you can see the dive team is now out checking the bodies of water that surround the apartment complex here in St. Petersburg. Now, an Amber Alert was issued for him yesterday. Taylen is 2 feet tall with brown eyes and brown hair. His mother, 20-year-old Pashun Jeffrey, was found dead here at Lincoln Shores Apartments around 2:30 p.m. St. Pete police tell 8 on Your Side it was a gruesome crime and they will be investigating her murder, but right now they are just focused on finding this little boy. Now, neighbors are trying to wrap their heads around how a crime like this could happen so close by. And St. Pete police tell me that the child's father, once again, is a person of interest, but confirmed he does not have the child, nor can they find him with any other relatives. Now, today, St. Pete Fire Rescue Dive Team is searching here in this body of water for Taylen, and now the FBI and FDLE are joining the effort. And a new detective team came in this morning to take over the search, and we saw officials speaking with residents not just nearby but across the entire property. Police are using dogs, drones, and even called in off-duty investigators to come together to help find this boy. Once again, they are searching for 2-year-old Taylen Mosley here at Lincoln Shores Apartments in St. Pete after police say his mother was murdered. Now, they don't know what he was wearing at the time, but anyone who sees him is being urged to call 911 or call St. Petersburg Police Department. It is an urgent search for this 2-year-old. And this 2-year-old, Taylen Mosley, he just turned 2 a few weeks ago, earlier this month. And JB, everyone is out here searching. We've seen residents and all over social media. You can see as well, I've seen people that don't even know Taylen out here in St. Pete searching for them. They have people above, they have people on the ground, they have drones, helicopters, everything that you can think of to just try to find this boy, JB.
And of course, the Amber Alert that went out to devices across the state of Florida. We were live yesterday as that Amber Alert was going out. It went out to all corners of Florida, from Daytona Beach down to South Florida into Broward County, Miami-Dade County, of course, here in the Tampa Bay area. We're also talking, of course, Nicole, about the boy's father. We don't know exactly location-wise where the boy's father has been over the last 36 hours since the violent murder of Pashun Jeffrey occurred, and where the boy's father was in relation to the time frame as to when Taylen Mosley went missing. All we know is what Yolanda told you this morning, that the father is still a person of interest, though his identity still unknown at this time, correct?
Yeah, so we still don't know here in the public, we still don't know who the father is, but we are told that he is a person of interest. Now, Yolanda did tell me this morning that they have spoken to the father and they are looking to speak to him once again today to get more information. And he does remain, like I said, a person of interest, but they did confirm that he does not have the child. And that's the problem here. This 2-year-old is still missing. And it's like Yolanda said, that this 2-year-old, he just lost his mom and he needs to be around a loving family. And that's why they are just urging the public, anybody, to take a look at his picture, and if you see him anywhere, just call St. Petersburg Police Department. And of course, all throughout the day, they will be continuing their efforts, and not just them. Like I said, we have the FBI here, we have the FDLE here behind me, we have the St. Petersburg Fire Rescue Dive Team, everyone just coming together to find this little boy.
So we've got, of course, our live stream launched across multiple social media platforms. We're live Facebook, YouTube, some other places as well. I think we're live on TikTok as well. Just trying to get as many eyeballs on this story as possible. But you can also use the hashtags that you see on your screen. Hashtag Hey Nicole, hashtag Hey JB, either one of those, and we can animate your comment on screen. I want to get to this one from Nicole on the Facebook Live comment section on the WFLA Facebook page, and it's hashtag Hey JB. Have the dogs picked up on any sense of a child or of the child in this case? Nicole, we heard from St. Pete Police so far today about the dogs, and from your location, from your vantage point, have we seen any dogs on the property?
Now, as of today, I have not seen any dogs on the property, but I am told that they will be looking through a dumpster to kind of figure out what was in there.
Okay, because the dumpster, and perhaps we can bring up some of that video from yesterday. Trevor Sahaki, one of our WFLA News Channel 8 journalists, was there when this dumpster was being removed from the property. You see it there on the center of your screen. We do not know if they had anything that led them to this dumpster, if this is more of a procedural move to get the dumpster off of the property. And Nicole, we haven't heard anything about this dumpster and if they have made any discoveries inside of it, correct?
Right, we haven't heard as to if there were any discoveries, but I did hear that they will be continuing to look through the contents of that dumpster into their investigation today.
All right, let's go to some Eagle 8 HD video. This is from yesterday, and folks, you can continue to, of course, ask us questions with hashtag HeyJB, hashtag HeyNicole. Also talking here about a violent murder that has occurred. Nicole, we're talking, of course, about 20-year-old Pashun Jeffrey, and exactly what transpired in the apartment on Wednesday night is unclear, but we do have a bit of a time frame from 5:30, then the 5 o'clock hour, really 5:30 or so is the last time that mother and son were seen, and then 9 o'clock, a neighbor heard a commotion. Isn't that correct?
That is correct. So at 9 o'clock, a neighbor did hear a commotion, but nobody called 911 at that time. And that's the real key thing here, is he was not reported missing until nearly 24 hours after he was last seen. And that's not because police delayed the Amber Alert. That's not because police did anything wrong. It's because they didn't know about it until the family brought it up to the apartment complex. Then the apartment complex, this happened yesterday around 2:30 p.m., then they went to go check on Pashun, and then that's when they found that gruesome crime scene. And that is really critical. Those first 24 hours are really critical, especially when finding a kid this young.
As we see here on your screen, it's a comment that we have here from Julie, hashtag HJB. Sorry I missed it, but how was the mother found? So the mother was found not Wednesday night, but it was actually Thursday afternoon after a welfare check, Nicole.
Yes, so someone did hear at 9 p.m. Wednesday night commotion coming from the apartment. Now, the last time that anyone saw Taylen or Pashun was Wednesday evening, like you said, around 5:30. It wasn't until the next day at 2:30 p.m. on Thursday that finally the family was worried. They hadn't heard from Pashun. They called the apartment complex and said, hey, can you go check on her? We don't know why we're not hearing from her. And that's when the apartment employee went into the apartment, and that's when they saw the gruesome crime scene, which we still don't have any details as to how she was killed or what that crime scene looked like. The only thing that police have given us to go by is that it was gruesome.
let's, Nicole, perhaps that we can show our audience a little bit more as to what is going on behind you. Obviously, the search with the dive team right now is of tremendous concern. And yeah, we'll go full screen here and show you the shot from Malik, or one of our talented photojournalists here at WFLA, and Nicole Rogers. And we can kind of get a better sense as to what's going on here. Here is one of the divers coming up. And this is, of course, this makes your heart sink into your stomach, Nicole, because you are hoping, of course, you're praying that Taylen isn't inside this body of water.
Right. To my knowledge, this is procedural, and it doesn't mean that they had any clue of, hey, somebody might have dumped him here or anything like that. But you're right. Just even thinking about that just makes your heart sink. And we've been watching them for, I'd say, about an hour now. They started this here. And what they do is they'll have a diver go down. So they're underwater right now, obviously, why you can't see anybody over here. But they switch off. So they're on this line. There's a string, and it connects. There's a lot of safety that goes into this, because searching as a diver is pretty hard, and it can bring up some safety issues. So you can see they have the line and they switch off. So after a certain amount of time, they call them back up and they say, hey, it's your time. And you can see over here, there's that one coming out of the water. Now it's their time to come out, and see the next one is standing up. They're going to switch off. That way, it's just such an intriguing thing to really watch how this dive team searches for this 2-year-old. And like you said, man, just gut-wrenching to think about a possibility of him showing up in this body of water.
And we know that there have been folks that have been helping out as far as the search effort. What else, outside of the dive team, what does the apartment complex look like this morning for you, from your vantage point, Nicole? You've been there all morning, so what have you been noticing?
So we have been here throughout the morning, and I did speak to some neighbors off camera, and they did say that, this is just shocking and heartbreaking. Now, to give you a little insight, this is in St. Pete. There's a very nice gym. There's a pool. One of the neighbors was telling me that a 1-bedroom apartment typically costs around $1,800, 2-bedroom maybe $2,000, and they just never imagined that something like this would happen so close to home. And I saw, the investigators going door to door, and not just right next to the apartment where it happened, but I'm talking the entire property, and there are hundreds of apartments here on this property, and they are not leaving a stone unturned. We even saw some people walking in these woods behind me and just going through the bushes, and they're really doing everything. But as for these neighbors, they are just so shaken up, trying to wrap their head around how something like this could happen right outside their front door.
Yeah, we have a colleague here at WFLA who used to live in this apartment complex, and just utterly shocked that something like this could happen. This is right here in Tampa Bay. This is right here over the Howard Franklin Bridge in Pinellas County. So a very well-known area, and right really between one of the main arteries for the commute that exists between Tampa and St. Pete is right where Nicole is standing at this apartment complex. This is going to be a last call for some of the questions that are coming in, but we'll go to YouTube Live, Nicole, for this next one. #HeyJB. It comes in from BD saying, how long has he been missing? And it's interesting because we have a window here, but the exact number of hours we're not sure. We know that he was last seen 5:30 or so on Wednesday, and then we have the commotion that exists that we know about from Wednesday night. And then Thursday is when they made the discovery inside the apartment complex. So exactly when he left the apartment, when Taylen left the apartment, that is still unknown at this time.
Right, it is still unknown at this time, and I think that's the hard thing is, I see a lot of people on social media saying, why didn't I get this Amber Alert sooner? And it's because of the progression of events. The family last saw both Pashun and Taylen on 5:30 Wednesday night, like you said, and it wasn't until 9 that a neighbor who came forward after the fact told police that they did hear a commotion. It wasn't until the next day at 2:30 p.m. when the family finally said, hey, we should have heard from her by now. Why aren't we hearing from her? They called the apartment complex, said, hey, can you please just go check on her? We don't know why she's not answering her phone, or we haven't seen her. And that's when they discovered the gruesome crime scene and that Taylen was nowhere to be found. after that, he was officially reported missing. So I guess that's kind of two different questions. When did he go missing, and then when was he reported missing? So when was he reported missing was just after they found him at 2:30. So we got that around Thursday afternoon. But when did he actually go missing? It's somewhere in that time frame.
Susan, with this next question for us, Nicole, someone in the neighborhood must have cameras in the area, and also there's roadway cameras, even from where you're standing right now. If you just kind of did a 360 and you looked around, do you see, Ring doorbell cameras are so common these days, but even surveillance cameras around the apartment complex, do you see anything? Because, of course, that's one place where investigators will likely begin, is starting to comb through to find any video that shows them some of the activity that existed in the time window that we're talking about. But do you see any cameras out there?
I don't. Look, taking a 360 around me, I don't see any security cameras. And even I asked one of the neighbors if they had one. The only security camera that I did see, there was one outside the gym. I don't know if it was working, but it was not facing the apartment. And the only other one that I saw was, here's the apartment building. The one next door, I saw a security camera facing the opposite way. So I don't know if that would have caught anything, but those are the only ones that I saw. And Yolanda this morning also told me that that was their first step. Checking security cameras was their first step.
Got some other questions that are now coming in. We'll try to get as many of these in while we have Nicole Rogers with us, joining us live from St. Pete, Florida. We have probably another just a few minutes with Nicole. Nuvia, you brought this up earlier, and perhaps we'll go full screen again for you, Nicole, because Nuvia is asking in our Facebook Live comment section, are they searching the pond out of protocol or to eliminate the possibility, or do they have a concrete reason to believe he is there? We can eliminate the latter. We know that they don't have, as of right now, that they don't have a concrete reason to believe that he's in the body of water. This is procedural, as we understand it, correct?
Correct. If you take a look behind me, you can see the dive team is still working. But, police have not confirmed that there has been any reason to believe that he is here in this pond. And they haven't also confirmed that, this is just a typical procedural thing. But what I will tell you is all of the stories that I've done of when a child especially goes missing in a circumstance like this, they always check the bodies of water. So by process of elimination, we obviously don't know from police to be certain what they know so far in this investigation, but I'd say it's pretty procedural for this to happen in my experience as a reporter.
Let's go to some other questions that we've got coming in, and we'll go to this next one from Facebook Live. Michelle wants to know, did anyone see someone with them when they went to the apartment? So people are now starting to ask questions as to, we know, of course, about Pashun. We know about Taylen, but any third party that might have been connected to this, anyone maybe being a witness and seeing someone coming or going from that apartment, do we know if we've heard anything of that sort?
I haven't heard anything from police indicating somebody seeing who went in that apartment, who came out, or anything like that. The only third party that we have that police have confirmed so far is that the father is a person of interest, but they also have confirmed that he does not have Taylen.
It's important to remind our audience that while he is considered a person of interest, and basically what police are saying is that everything is on the table as they continue their ongoing investigation, but they have confirmed that Taylen is not with the father who has not been identified. We'll continue to answer some questions here, but Nicole, I'm going to get you out on a couple of important questions going forward here. Have we heard as to whether or not people are asking about the next stage of this investigation, whether or not they're going to put out any information about a potential person of interest or suspect, or even a vehicle to be on the lookout for. I think that the public wants to help in this search effort. All we have to go by right now are these photos. Have we heard any whispers or anything whatsoever that we can report on where this goes from here, the next stage of this investigation?
So what I can say is, behind the scenes, of course, as a reporter, I always have questions, and that's always my first thing is, hey, what's the public going to want to know here? And that's, of course, the first things that we ask. But there are certain things that pertain to the investigation that police just can't say. But when I talked to Yolanda earlier, she said that she's going to try as hard as she can today. Any information that can be released to the public, she's going to try to get it out as fast as she can.
And then the next question I want to get you out on here, Nicole, is As far as Yolanda, as far as Chief Holloway, the next update, the next press conference, the next media availability, people are clamoring for updates so that we stay in the know as to what's going on with authorities. Do we know when the next update from police will be?
We don't know when the next official update from police will be. I have been texting them and getting, little updates by myself, just saying, hey, is there anything to report? Like I just did that right before we went live. I texted Yolanda, hey, any new tidbit, anything new? And she said, no, nothing to report here. As for an official press conference where they're telling everybody some news or any new information, that hasn't been released yet.
Nicole Rogers, last opportunity before we let you go. Any notes that we missed here on this live stream, anything that is important to communicate, feel free to empty your reporter's notebook, if you will, and let us know all the details that you have that we might have missed.
I'd say just especially if you pop back up that picture of Taylen, this is 2-year-old Taylen Mosley. They don't know what he was wearing when he went missing, but they are providing these pictures, and take a good hard look. Let it sink in. If you see this little kid anywhere, police are urging you to please call St. Petersburg Police Department, because once again, this child's mother was found brutally murdered in her apartment, and now her son, this kid that just turned 2 years old, is nowhere to be found, and now everyone is working around the clock. We have the FBI, the FDLE, we have St. Petersburg Police Department, St. Petersburg Fire Rescue Dive Team right here behind me. Everyone coming together, but they can't do it alone. They need the public to help, and they need you to go off these pictures. That's just what we have right now to give you, is these pictures, and just take a good hard look. And if you see this kid anywhere, call St. Petersburg Police Department.
Nicole Rogers reporting for us live from St. Petersburg, Florida. Nicole, thank you so much for all your reporting, both here on WFLA Now and this morning, of course, on WFLA News Channel 8. Folks, give her a follow. If our YouTube moderators are out there providing links, maybe perhaps we can link to Nicole Rogers for social media platforms, Facebook, Twitter, etc. Nicole, thank you so much, and good luck out there.
Thank you.
All right, Nicole Rogers reporting for us. Everybody, back here with you live on WFLA Now. Let's go back to some of the questions that are coming in. And again, you can use hashtag HeyJB, and what we'll do is we'll try to animate as many comments on screen. But we've had a lot come in the last few minutes on Facebook Live and a couple on YouTube Live too. And I want to get to TikTok as well. I want to just start here with Tracy Ann saying, hashtag HeyJB, can you please tell people to be positive? I have no problem with this type of comment because I tried to be an optimist throughout my reporting. And so I'm going to be as optimistic as possible that we're going to find Taylen safe and sound, that somebody is responsible for removing him and taking him from this apartment, and that police are going to do their due diligence, of course, to make sure that every stone is unturned and checked, and make sure that they, of course, do everything they can to find Taylen as soon as humanly possible. So I'm an optimist, positive energy. That's just what I'm about. And Tracy Ann, I appreciate you sharing the same. Let's go to Amy saying, hashtag HJB, what is the custody/relationship of the father and son? It's an excellent question. We haven't been able to get an answer on this. As far as was the father living at this apartment complex? Was he living elsewhere? All we know is that he is a person of interest and he doesn't have Taylen. The custody situation, the relationship situation, we have not been able to get specifics on that yet, and hopefully we're able to. But if police continue to rule out, and they haven't ruled out the father as somebody who, all they're saying is that he's a person of interest, but he doesn't have Taylen presently. So we don't exactly know if the investigation is going to expand down that road from a public standpoint, or if they're going to start to eliminate that possibility even more so, and then not release any details about the father because the father has been, potentially eliminated as being a suspect in the case. Tracy Ann following up here, hashtag KJB, aside from Ring cameras, what about the cameras at the entrance of the complex? Every video camera that is operating is going to be at the disposal of investigators to find out any action, any activity to and from that apartment unit there in St. Petersburg, Florida. Let's go over to YouTube Live, and then we'll say hello to our TikTok audience as well. I'm trying to, Hannah, I'm really glad that you asked this question because I'm trying to get some answers as well on this. Have they checked her phone? There could be something there. People know if they have watched our live streams when it comes to missing person cases and when it comes to ongoing and active investigations, whether it's a manhunt for somebody. Look, a phone is going to be the treasure trove of information that investigators are going to try to gain access to. And in a situation like this where there is a race around the clock, we don't know if they have the phone. Let's just get that out there first. But as far as obtaining the phone, there's a lot that goes into that. Now, the phone, if investigators have the phone, but it's passcode protected, well, then they have a massive hurdle to overcome. And of course, getting a phone unlocked is not a magic trick that investigators can just pull off in an urgent situation like this. Phones are protected for a reason. And so if they come across the phone of the deceased, they can't unlock it unless, of course, they're able to obtain the passcode or their options are very limited, is what I'm trying to say. Now, if they find the phone and the phone is unlockable, of course, that can be used and perhaps very helpful in their investigation. If the phone isn't found, let's say, there are still things that investigators can do to get some information on the phone itself. It starts with cell tower pings. So we remember this from the Cassie Carley story. Cell phone tower pings, even if you don't have the phone can still be tracked through pings, which cell towers they're connecting to. Also, as well, if there's any cloud data that investigators can get. The problem is that information can take time. Investigators don't have the ability to just snap their fingers, get access to all the information inside of a phone or all the information connected to the cloud accounts for a particular person. It can be extremely complex. And so we don't know, Hannah, if they have her phone. If they do, we don't know if it's been unlocked. And if it's unlocked, perhaps that can be a vital piece of the puzzle as this investigation into not just Taylen's disappearance, but into the homicide investigation as far as what happened to Pashun continues. Mildred says, #KJB, I'm late to the game here, but is the father a person of interest because he's the next closest relative, or is there evidence he was involved? Investigators won't say, Mildred. They won't say if they have something there or if it's just because you start with, obviously, the immediate family, and it doesn't get more immediate in this case than the boy's father, of course, the father in this case. But we don't have anything right now on whether or not there's evidence that he was involved. They have ruled out, they say that he does not have Taylen. That's what they have communicated to us. They know the boy is not with the father. Where the father is a huge deal. We don't know if he lives locally. We don't know if if he lived in that apartment unit. We don't know if he lived in town. We don't know if he lived in the county, in the Tampa Bay area, or elsewhere, even out of state. We don't know where the father is. He could have been, looking in the area behind the apartment complex for all we know. We just don't know where the father is right now. We don't have his identity. He is not a suspect. When you have a suspect in a case, and then it's more likely to become public knowledge as far as police releasing that information. Person of interest as well, but there's person of interest and then there's suspect. When you have a suspect, you're basically putting a label on an individual saying that this person is believed to be involved in the particular crime that police are investigating. Right now, we just have the father as a person of interest, and he is not being identified due to his status as simply a person of interest. Now, if things get to a situation where they need to find the father, they need to track him down. If they can't track him down, they need the public's help. Then they could put out a BOLO for a person of interest or even a suspect, depending on where police are in the investigation. But we're getting ahead of ourselves if we start to think like that. The father right now is, very simply put, a person of interest who does not have Taylen, according to investigators. Cachette says, hashtag KJB, even if they cleared the dad as not having the child, a girlfriend or friend of the dad could be hiding him. This is also exactly why he might be remaining a person of interest, because just because he doesn't have the boy doesn't mean he wasn't involved in the situation. But again, it's so important that we remain responsible here and do not get ahead of ourselves. But yes, that scenario is absolutely has to be considered here by investigators, not by us because we don't have any information to go off of, but at least by investigators as they go through every plausible scenario as to what might have happened to Taylen. Daryl says, hashtag KJB, do you know how long Taylen has been missing? It's somewhere between 5:30 on Wednesday, the 29th, so 2 days ago, and 2:30 in the afternoon yesterday, the 30th. So there's like a, what is that? It's a pretty long window. That is a 21-hour window between when he was last seen and they did the welfare check on the apartment. Yeah, 21 hours is a big window. Lala says, hashtag HJB, is there any information on if they believe that Taylen wandered off or has been taken? I pray for this sweet boy. So let's actually really talk about this for a second. The answer to the question is no from police. The answer is no. We don't know if Taylen wandered off or has been taken. But I'm going to give you the common sense approach to this. It is far more likely that Taylen was taken or something happened to him at that apartment complex than him just wandering off. So we know by now that Pashun Jeffrey, the mother right there on your screen, was murdered. It's a violent murder scene inside that apartment. Someone has murdered Pashun Jeffrey. As far as who is responsible for that, it is, for that person to leave the apartment, leave the boy, and then the boy to just leave out of the front door and wander off, and no one see that boy wandering off, that 2-year-old boy wandering off. That is, without a doubt, a less likely scenario than if somebody either removed him or if something terrible happened to him. A 2-year-old being able to just wander off without anyone seeing him in an apartment. It's not like, you remember JJ, when JJ went missing, JJ Rowland, that was a story from earlier this year. It's a very different scenario with JJ because JJ went missing off of a rural property in a very wooded area. And as we now have come to learn, he disappeared into the woods before being found. This is very different. We're talking about a more densely populated area because we're talking about an apartment complex. So if the boy did wander off, there is a far larger chance that somebody spots him in an apartment complex than on a more rural property. So the chances of him wandering off are lower than that, without question, than if he had been taken or if something terrible had happened inside that apartment. But we're going to try to stay as positive as possible here on this live stream. Rosetta says that she was looking at reviews for the apartment building and many residents complaining about security issues, multiple complaints about the front gate always being broken. That's very interesting. I have not checked out any of the reviews on the apartment complex itself, but this is an opinion from one of our commenters who was looking it up. And look, there could be something here, but I think if you look at a lot of apartment complex reviews, you're probably going to find a lot of negative reviews. People are more likely to leave negative reviews than positive ones. However, I don't want to discredit anything that Rosetta is saying here. This is something I'll look into myself as well. Jill is saying, hashtag KJB, have they tested for fingerprints? We don't know. Let's see if I can bring that up on screen. There it is. Have they tested for fingerprints? We don't know what's going on behind the crime scene tape that's been put up. We just know it's a violent and gruesome murder scene, but without question, they've tested for fingerprints. That's just it's almost a virtual certainty. An entire forensics team was there on site yesterday. So then, and it goes beyond fingerprints, DNA. They're swabbing the entire place, getting any samples that they can, anything that they can use to insist in really 2 active and ongoing investigations. 1A is finding Taylen. That's why the Amber Alert was put out yesterday. 1B is justice for Pashun Jeffrey, 20 years old, dead in a violent murder in St. Pete, Florida. We've done a lot on YouTube Live. Let's go back to say hi to folks on Facebook. This is a great question, and I appreciate you asking it, Shell. Very simple. We were talking about this yesterday. Shell is asking, #HeyJB, was her door unlocked? And so we don't know. We had a question on our live stream yesterday as to whether or not there was forced entry at the door. The door itself, we can't see from our vantage point. It's difficult for us to see the door to the unit that we're talking about here. But if there's forced entry, if the door is unlocked, these are things that are pertinent to the investigation, but we can't see it, so we don't know the answer to that question. If it was locked, unlocked, or if there was signs of forced entry, if somebody physically, broke in, if you will. So this commenter here is asking, has anyone talked to her friends? Maybe someone knows who the last person Pashun spoke to. Perhaps she texted one of her friends, but someone. Yeah, so, and I appreciate you using the Taylen Mosley hashtags. Hashtags are helpful in these situations, getting the word out as quickly as possible. We're communicating with as many family members and friends. I think the family members right now are obviously, they're living through their worst nightmare. We're trying to work with family members, loved ones, trying to get some of these questions answered. But absolutely, of course, investigators are talking to family members, close friends, and even beyond close friends, trying to put together imagine a big whiteboard inside of a police station where they're trying to establish all the known connections to the 2 individuals here. Of course, it's a 2-year-old, but really we're talking about Pashun Jeffrey and all the connections that she had so that they can start to rule out possibilities and try to find out who might have done harm to her and perhaps taken Taylen Mosley. We'll go to, let's say hi to some of the folks on TikTok here as well. A lot of folks use this platform. TikTok, of course, quite a popular platform, and we can live stream there as well to help get the word out as much as possible. I'm not seeing too many. If you want to interact with us on TikTok, use the hashtag. I'm not seeing too many hashtags over there, so I'll come back to Facebook and YouTube. You know what's interesting? It's interesting. I'm just grabbing a bunch of these. These are really great questions, you guys. They are. And I want to start here with Charlotte. It's not a question, but it's a comment. But Charlotte, I want to talk about this for a second. Or excuse me, Crystal. I merged your 2 names together there, and I thought that was, yeah. So Crystal is saying, #HeyJB, it is such a shame that the person who heard the commotion at 9 o'clock didn't make a call to authorities for them to come and investigate. Maybe, just maybe, if baby Taylen was taken, he could have had a search party out for him sooner. You don't know what is a commotion. And is somebody, I understand that right now, in hindsight, of course, looking back, of course, it feels like, my goodness, what a missed opportunity. But we don't know what that commotion was like. We don't know how loud that commotion was. We don't know how commonplace commotions were inside this apartment complex. I've lived in multiple apartment complexes, and I'll tell you that especially at night, when everyone's home from work for the most part, it's commonplace to hear some commotions in your apartment complex. You'll hear people next door. You'll hear people having friends over in a couple of units down. You'll hear things in an apartment complex. It's what makes it very different than living in a house. It's almost commonplace with apartment complexes. Some complexes tend to be more noisy than others, but we don't know what this commotion was like. We don't know how loud it was. We don't know how long it went on for. We don't know if it was brief or if it was extended. So it can be easy to look back now and say, my goodness, if only somebody had called 911, but we just don't know what that commotion was. If it was it screaming? Was it loud music? Was it a banging sound? Somebody could hear, a couple of loud noises and think it's just somebody taking the trash out or something like that, or somebody that, tripped and fell, in their apartment complex for a moment. A commotion leads us to believe that it's something more than that. Of course, I get that. I know that. But we just don't have a lot of details on what that sound actually was, how long it was, and how disruptive it was to people who lived in the unit near Pashun's. Nancy wants to know, are they needing volunteers to help with the ground search? We haven't heard any call for volunteers. If we do, we'll post about it on WFLA.com. All right, so we do have a bit of news that just came in. Really important to pass along that Chief Anthony Holloway of the St. Petersburg Police Department has called a press briefing for 2 o'clock p.m., 2 o'clock Eastern time. That is an hour and 43 minutes from now. So in an hour and 43 minutes. So 2 o'clock Eastern time. And our moderators, I'm going to put this in Facebook Live. Our moderators on YouTube Live, you guys can help me remind our audience that we're going to have a 2 o'clock press conference with Chief Anthony Holloway of the St. Pete Police Department. That would be great. 2 o'clock press conference, St. Pete Police. We will stream that live here across all platforms on WFLA now. So that's really important. So Annie Mapp is speaking with those with individuals who know Pashun, and she is going to gather that for our content later. That's why she was going to appear on this live stream, but Annie is talking with folks right now, and of course we want to let her gather those interviews. So she won't be appearing on this live stream. She might be appearing on our next live stream. Again, one of our talented journalists here at WFLA. But yes, 2 o'clock press conference called in the disappearance of Taylen Mosley and the homicide investigation of Pashun Jeffrey. I want to make sure that our team knows about it here at WFLA. I think that they just... Oh, here it is. Okay, so the St. Pete Police Department seconds ago put out a release. And I'm going to read it as follows. At 2 p.m., Chief Holloway will update the press on the homicide of Pashun Jeffrey and the search for Taylen Mosley. Pashun's mother, Lakita Denson, will also make a public appeal. We will hold this in the parking lot at the front of the complex near the crime scene, as released by Yolanda Fernandez, the PIO manager for the St. Petersburg Police Department in Pinellas County, Florida. So not only are we getting an update on the homicide of Pashun Jeffrey, not only are we getting an update on the search for Taylen Mosley, we are also getting a public appeal for help from Pashun Jeffrey's mother, Taylen Mosley's grandmother, Lakita Denson, who is going to be speaking, and we'll have that for you here live on WFLA Now. We'll stream it across all platforms. So I'll ask everybody what's everyone's reaction to that. People who are noting 2 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, 1 o'clock Central time. Bad Vibes wants to know what have you heard about the murder itself, as in what type of murder, right? We don't know the cause of death. We don't know the cause of death. Lil Patty says that shared again. Yeah, look, shares. In fact, let's get our comment section going here. Please let us know if you've shared this story, and let us know where you're sharing it to, so we can shout out some cities and states. Let us know where you're watching from, and please, of course, we're asking you to share. This is how social media works when we're talking about an urgent search for an individual. In this case, we're talking about a missing toddler, missing 2-year-old. So it's even more urgent that we're getting out this information. And remember, with that window of roughly 20 hours between when Taylen was last seen and when the gruesome discovery was made in the apartment complex, that's a long ways that somebody can get in a car and take a child and drive a child away from home. So almost everywhere in the country is on the table, almost within reason, of course. But if somebody committed this act and then got in the car, we were noting this on stream yesterday, you could get in the car and make it as far as Chicago or St. Louis, or I think you can make it to New York. I think you can make it to New York City. If the commotion was at 9:30 Wednesday night and they didn't make the discovery until 2:30, you could absolutely, well, especially now by this time frame, as in Friday, I mean, I'm going based off of that window, you could get almost anywhere in the aftermath of that commotion on Wednesday night. I'm going to give some shout outs. So Janice is sharing this in Washington. I don't know if that's Washington, D.C. or Washington State. I'm going to assume that that's Washington State. Steffi is sharing this in upstate New York. Kirsten shared in Broward County, Florida. Elizabeth shared in the Orlando, Florida area. We'll go over to YouTube Live. Jacqueline in Ohio. If you use the hashtag, we can pop it up on screen here. Gail says shared in Wisconsin. You could probably make it to Wisconsin. And again, why are these states? Let's be real here for a second. Why is it important that these states are part of the conversation? Just because while we don't have any information that Taylen was explicitly kidnapped and that the person fled town, we just know that I'm always talking about what's within the realm of possible. If somebody did murder Pashun, take Taylen, and leave town, and just drive as far away from Tampa Bay, Florida as possible, there's a lot of places you could get within this window. Pretty much anywhere across the continental United States at this point. So just look, it could be a rest stop in Kansas, and somebody on the side of the road or somebody by a gas station sees a young boy that matches this description and says, oh my God, that looks exactly like the boy we saw on this live stream or on this Twitter post, or somebody who shared it on Facebook. Needle in a haystack type stuff, folks, but it's how it works. It's how we get results. The more eyeballs on this, the better. Traveling with special abilities, says hashtag KJB, shared in Texas. I see Renee from Iowa, Widow in Pennsylvania, Amber from central Wisconsin. Yeah, a lot of folks. Patricia's joining us from Kissimmee. Mimi is joining us from Arizona and said shared there. Cheryl says from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A lot of folks from Wisconsin joining us today. Mary is joining us from Ireland. And while didn't say that, that it was shared in Ireland, just hope, saying, I hope the little boy is found soon. And we really appreciate that. Of course, yeah, we all want Taylen to be found. Look, he's a cute kid. And as I noted yesterday, he's got to love the color orange, because a lot of orange that's going on here. Both the photos of Taylen, where the photos that have been put up by authorities, there it is right there. It's another one. It's a different orange shirt. So I got a funny feeling he likes the color orange. Cute kid, man. And he's 2 years old. He just turned 2. We want there to be a happy ending to the story, folks. It's already tragic enough that this boy is going to go on without a mother. It's tragic enough. We just want there to be, some good news to report. Le Petit says, hashtag KJB, could you make a post on your IG so it can be? Yeah, I'll share it on Instagram. I'll share it on Instagram. I know that is the platform of choice for a lot of folks, and I posted some stuff to my story, but I'll make sure that gets posted there after this live stream is done. Miss Fixit is sharing from Northport, Florida. We've done some live streams from Northport, Florida. If you know, you know. Hashtag find Taylen. Yeah, look, it's now international. Robert says hashtag KJB shared in the UK. Look at that. Linda says hashtag KJB is there a person of interest? The only person of interest that has been not even named by police, but mentioned by police, if you will, is the father. But they have confirmed that Taylen is not with his dad, but that the dad is still, the words were, considered a person of interest. So take that for what it is. It's honestly, it's very little. Person of interest means that in essence, means we're looking into you. We're keeping tabs on you. We're paying attention. But that, again, publicly, that's what they're telling us. Now, somebody could be a suspect, and you're not going to tell the media. You're not going to tell reporters. You don't want to spook the person and make them do something erratic or something sudden like leave town. So there's a chance that at this stage in the investigation that they have a suspect, but they're not going to tell the media because, of course, that is sensitive information to the ongoing investigation. So, but we have no idea what's going on behind the scenes. But publicly, they say the dad is considered a person of interest, but that he does not have Taylen. So, yes, Miss Fixit also, father is a person of interest. Say hello again to our Facebook Live audience. A lot of shares coming in here as well. Shannon says that she's sharing from Tarpon Springs. Really appreciate it. So I want to just get this on your screen here, folks. So yeah, it's updated here now on the bottom of your screen. Really important for those of you just joining us. We're about 90 minutes away or so, a little bit more than 90 minutes away from a press conference on the disappearance, with an update and the disappearance of Taylen Mosley, as well as the homicide of his mother, Pashun Jeffrey, 20 years old. Think how young Pashun Jeffrey, we're talking, of course, everything's relative. We're talking about how young Taylen is, that's the picture of the Amber Alert. Pashun Jeffrey wasn't even 21 years old and was murdered. And so that there justice for that young woman right there on your screen. I mean, while right now at the forefront of our minds is finding this little boy alive, and that is the number one priority for police. They have said our top priority is finding Taylen. Also, too, justice for Pashun Jeffrey. Whoever did this needs to be caught and held accountable. So we're going to get updates on both ongoing investigations coming up at 2:00 Eastern Time, 90 minutes from right now. To our Facebook Live audience, we're going to be wrapping up here soon as well. YouTube, we're going to stay with you live. Live stream works different on different platforms. Facebook, we're going to launch a new live stream for the 2 o'clock press conference. So be on the lookout for the launch of a new live stream post on Facebook Live at 2 o'clock. On YouTube, YouTube works differently. So YouTube, we're going to stay here with you live for the next 90 minutes up until then, so that you just have a one-stop shop, if you will, for the live stream itself. Again, both platforms work differently. So that's the plan for the next hour and a half. We're going to stay with YouTube Live here for a minute. And then, of course, yeah, I mean, chairs in Tampa, St. Pete. So look, folks, we're actually going to wrap up our live stream now on Facebook Live, and we're going to take a break on YouTube Live. And we're going to be back a little bit before 2 o'clock Eastern. To our YouTube moderators, our great team on YouTube, I'm going to be back with you sometime before 2 o'clock Eastern as we get ready for that press conference. And Facebook Live will launch a new live stream around that time as well, so that you can watch the press conference on your platform of choice, whether it's Facebook, WFLA.com, our app, or on YouTube Live. So I'll be taking a step away for a little bit. We're going to stay here with you live on YouTube, where you can continue to chat here in the comment section. Please, of course, keep it kind and respectful, and we'll continue our interactive coverage of the disappearance of Taylen Mosley, the homicide of Pashun Jeffrey, in about a little bit more than an hour to an hour, really shortly before 2 o'clock Eastern time. As a reminder, the very latest on WFLA.com, the WFLA app.
Well, Yolanda's joining us now. Tell me what's the update this morning.
We are still looking for Taylen. We're still asking anyone with any information on his whereabouts to please contact police. This morning we are renewing our search. We've been having following up on leads all night long. We've had a team of detectives working that overnight, and now we have a fresh team coming in that's going to be out here again at the apartment complex, and we've asked the fire department to come out as well and assist us with a dive team and try to look through any ponds or lakes that we have near the complex.
And so I guess take me back. This all started Wednesday. Take me back to then.
So yesterday, we had the family contact the apartment complex. They were concerned about Pashun's well-being, so they came here to the apartment complex. The crew from the apartment complex got into the apartment and they found her body and contacted police. She had been killed. It was a violent scene, and so we're certainly concerned in investigating that homicide. But right now, our primary concern is trying to locate her child. She lived with him. They were the only two that lived in the apartment. Where is this 2-year-old child?
And so we know that he's not with the father or any relatives at this time?
No, we have spoken with relatives. The child is not with any relatives that have spoken to us. The father, we have spoken to him. At this point, he is still considered a person of interest. However, we know he does not have the child in his possession.
And so, like you were saying, this is a violent crime scene that we saw, and you guys will be investigating the murder. But right now, the main priority is finding this 2-year-old. So what's your message to the public out there to just keep looking? Yes,
please continue to share on social media. If you see anything suspicious, if you saw anything or heard anything that might be relevant to this case, to please contact the police, because we want to find this child and we want to have him safe and home with his family.
And then one last question. Can you reiterate for us what the efforts are that are going to be happening today and throughout this morning?
Well, we had a team of detectives overnight. We have a fresh team coming in this morning. They will be canvassing the area once more. We have the fire department coming in and also doing the dive team, checking the waterways and the ponds. This area has a lot of small ponds and little lakes because there are a lot of apartment complexes here. So hopefully, we will find him. Hopefully someone has him and will come forward. That is the best case scenario for us.
Absolutely, and we're definitely wishing for the best here. Thank you so much for joining us. And of course, we will bring the latest to you on air and online at WFLA.com for this developing story.
WFLA Now will begin momentarily. WFLA Now will begin momentarily. Breaking news on WFLA Now. Here's Biunno.
St. Petersburg police putting out a press conference in minutes on an update regarding missing 2-year-old Taylen Mosley. Getting access here, folks. We're going to just kind of cut over here to the live podium that has been set up. So this just coming into the stream center here moments ago. JB here with you live in the stream center. And so this is from the scene of where Taylen Mosley disappeared from, as well as the scene where Pashun Jeffrey, his mother, 20 years old, was murdered at some point on either Wednesday night or Thursday morning right here in Pinellas County, Florida. A press conference has been called for 2 o'clock Eastern time, which is in about 5.5 minutes from now. You can see that members of course, local media are there with the microphones up at the makeshift podium that has been set up. This is right outside of the apartment where Pashun's remains were found in what has been described as a violent and gruesome murder scene, as well as where Taylen Mosley was last seen. So the press conference is about to begin here in just a few minutes. We're getting ready to launch live across all platforms, currently live on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. Saying hello again to our YouTube live audience, welcome back, and our TikTok live audience, welcome back. About to launch on Facebook Live momentarily once we get Chief Anthony Holloway up to the podium. We've also been told that speaking at this press conference will be Lakita Denson. That is the mother of Pashun Jeffrey and the grandmother of the missing 2-year-old, again, Taylen Mosley, as well as Theo Brickhouse Sales, that is Pashun's great aunt, who will be speaking here as well. So this is likely to be a call to action, but we've also been told that there will be updates regarding missing 2-year-old Taylen Mosley, as well as on the homicide investigation into, of course, the death of his mother, Pashun Jeffrey. So getting ready to launch live across all platforms. I'll spend a couple of minutes answering some questions from our YouTube Live and TikTok Live audience. You can use hashtag HeyJB, and we can bring you into the conversation here. And also a big thank you to our moderators who are helping, of course, with our commenters who are just finding this news story, just finding this live stream. This is an extremely disturbing story. We're talking about a welfare check on Thursday that was performed right here at the apartment complex that you're looking at live on the right side of your screen. Apartment staff doing a door knock, going into the apartment and finding a gruesome murder scene. 20-year-old Pashun Jeffrey found dead in what has been described as a violent homicide, and her son, 2-year-old Taylen Mosley, vanished, disappeared, and we have no idea where he is. There has been a nonstop active police investigation since. We have not gotten too much from police other than that the father is a person of interest, and of course that the father is not in possession of the child. So the child, Taylen Mosley, is not with his dad. As to where he might be, hopefully we get an update here in the next couple of minutes. So hopefully that answers some of the questions, including from Lil Miss K on YouTube Live saying, what do we know so far? We do know the timeline. Let's go over the timeline again. Wednesday night around Wednesday evening, around 5:30 Eastern Time, is the last time mother and son are seen alive. Fast forward to 9:30 that same night, 4 hours later, a loud commotion, some form of a commotion, is heard at the apartment complex by a neighbor. The neighbor doesn't call 911. It's a commotion, doesn't call 911. But the next day, family members of Pashun Jeffrey and her son, Taylen Mosley, family members get concerned. Let's just bring up audio here.
Lakita Denson will speak first. Chief will introduce her, and then Chief will give you some updates and a timeline of the case as we have it so far.
That is Yolanda Fernandez, who's going to be giving an update here. Here's Chief Holloway. Let's listen in.
Good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do first is introduce to you to the mother of the victim, and also the grandmother of Taylen that's missing, Ms. Denton.
We just want to say that Taylen is a beautiful little boy, and he's really loving and caring, and he's just very sweet, and he'll smile and laugh at anybody. And there's Amber Alerts everywhere. And you guys have seen them. I have people all over the country calling me about the Amber Alerts. So I'm asking everybody, if anybody, somebody saw something. Okay?
Please speak up.
So if you know something, say something. Help us get Taylen back. Taylen lost his mommy, so he needs his family right now. So we ask for your help in finding him. Somebody knows.
Somebody knows something. Please speak up. Somebody knows something. Somebody saw something.
And Pashun just
Taylen
a beautiful mom.
love to be with his family.
Does he have a
We
nickname?
missing Taylen.
Does he have a nickname?
We call him
Tay-Tay.
Tay.
Yes, he will answer.
The
to
glam. He answered the glam.
Yeah, he answers to a lot of things. He's very smart.
He's always
kid.
calling his mom on his cell phone.
Yep, always.
He misses mom. They call each other all the time. She really loved Taylen.
Yeah, we don't know.
She
how to
always
call
was
her.
there for Taylen. She calls on breaks.
Yep, and
Early in the morning, they FaceTime me early in the morning.
yep. We're without words. We love Pashun very much, and we love
Very
Taylen.
much.
So we've lost Pashun. So we
Sweet
ask you
baby.
guys to help us to find Taylen and to get him back, please.
Please help, please.
What was your daughter like? What was her personality?
She's very outspoken, always make you laugh,
Smile,
Smile.
beautiful smile all the time.
always joking,
Trying to rap.
Laughing.
always trying to rap,
Laughing.
sing.
Scaring you when you're not expecting it, always hiding behind doors.
Yes,
I mean,
love to
she-
scare you all the time.
you know,
Ever since she
she's-
was like 3-4 years
Yeah,
old.
she was 20, but
Yes.
she's a loving kid, and she loved that baby. That
Love
baby loves
so
her.
sweet. I can remember when Taylen was born. I was coming from Seminole, I working. He looked up at me like, I said, Taylen Mosley. And he said, huh? Closed his eyes. I said, okay. That means Glam need to go sit down now.
Yeah, and if he
But
calls
please,
for his
y'all,
auntie,
please.
that's me.
That she
Okay.
calls for you.
Yes. T and TT.
Coach, is there a message
Your
you
daughter,
would
she was
send to
making a life for
Taylen's
herself?
father? He's been named a person of interest. Is there anything you would say to him or want?
There's
Please.
nothing we have to say. Okay.
Your daughter was making a life for herself, and so what she was doing, how she was making her way and making her way and making a life for she was her son. What was she doing?
Well, she had just moved. She was working at CVS. She had just moved out here. This was her first month that she lived here. And very happy to have a better place than what she had before. And for a 20-year-old, she was doing well. She wanted more out of life. And, we're without words.
Now, are you guys originally from the St. Petersburg area, or where was she? Where was she born?
She's from St. Pete.
Like
Yes.
St.
Originally from St. Pete.
Just
What have you guys been doing last night and today? I know the answer is you're obviously looking for Taylen, but how are you doing that? Who are you contacting? What steps have you guys been taking to try and uncover anything?
We're just making sure that everybody is aware of the Amber Alerts, that it's showing up, passing it on Facebook, and in any other social media outlet to make sure that everybody sees it. And so it's very difficult because we're in a really grieving pattern right now, because we don't know where Taylen is and we've lost Pashun. So we're depending on the St. Pete Police Department and all of you media to help us to find Taylen.
I'm sure you're all prayed up right now.
Oh yes, and we have prayed and we've asked everybody else to pray.
I'm so sorry for your loss, and we're really hoping for TJ safe return.
Thank you.
If anyone out there is watching this and knows where Taylen is, just what message do you give to that person?
Please bring Taylen home.
Say something. He needs his family.
Home safely. He needs his family.
Because he's missing his mother.
Family. He's missing his mother.
So he needs to be around people who love and care about him.
He's missing his grandmother. His great.
When you see that Amber Alert out in his face being shared by people who might not even know him, what is that like for you to see that picture being shared everywhere?
Well, it's very difficult to see it, continually see it, but we have to see it just like the Amber Alert ran across the cable system all night long. So a lot of people, it's difficult because we don't know where he is. And we want to know where he is, and we're glad that they're doing it so that we can have a possibility of getting him and getting him back. So
look at the
cloud. Give us a bit of an update here too. Do you have any idea what might have happened here at all?
We don't know.
Okay, we're going to do everything in our power.
Thank you.
Please help
I
us.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chief Holloway will provide a timeline.
Okay. As you saw from her, it's very emotional. I'm going to give you the timeline again about what happened yesterday, and then open it for any questions if you wish. And again, our two most important things right now is number one, to find Taylen and bring him home, and number two, to find out who killed Miss Jeffries. That's our main goal right now. This is all hands on deck. Every detective is working this case. I just briefed the mayor prior to coming here. I want to thank our partners that are out there. Number one, the St. Pete Police, the St. Pete Fire Department, the Clearwater Fire Department dive team. They're here. The Sheriff's Office, Pinellas County, for bringing their aviation unit out here. Manatee for bringing out the K-9. Our partners at FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the FBI. So as you can see, everyone here is working on this case. So again, I'm going to go over the timeline that went you yesterday and more information that's come before us. So yesterday, as I said, the last time the family was seen around 5:20 on Wednesday afternoon with the family members, as you saw grandmother right here talking to them. Around 8:30 Wednesday night, someone said they heard a noise. They heard some type of noise that was out there. Around 9 o'clock, the father arrives at his mother's home, his hands are cut and his arms are cut. From there, he goes to the hospital and he admits himself into the hospital. The father is a person of interest, but nothing in our investigation, I want to repeat that, nothing in our investigation leads us to believe that he is a victim. We tried speaking to him and he's not talking to us at this time. So we're going to continue doing our investigation. The main thing that I want people out there to know is tomorrow morning, if there's any volunteers that want to come out, we're going to do a search at 8 o'clock in the morning. So if you just want to come to the location, we'll also put it up on our Facebook page on where you need to come so you can help us look for Taylen. And we're going to continue to do the search throughout our city. This is an ongoing investigation. As we get more information, I'll be more than happy to share it with you. And again, our goal right now is to find Taylen. So with that, I'll open it for questions.
Can you tell us anything about any other areas you're searching besides that lake?
Yes, we are looking at another location. We'll get that to you later on this afternoon. But we're going to start here because as you see the crime scene is here. We're going to search this area, search the complex south of us. And then as we get more information, we'll ask these volunteers to join us in those areas also.
Can you run us back through the father? What time did you say he arrived? You said at his mother's house with his hands cut, or where exactly?
So around 9:15, he's at his mother's house. His hands are cut and his arms are cut, and then he admits himself into the hospital.
Have you been able to determine what cut his hands and his arms?
No, we have not.
And I guess following up on that, do we have a sense of kind of how Pashun was killed, and if so, has a murder weapon been recovered, if such exists?
That's still part of our investigation.
Did the father live here at this apartment complex with her?
That I don't know.
Chief, we noticed that they're looking in the lake. There is the back, it's a big park. Did you guys have any tips that lead to that lake? Why are they looking in that lake?
We're going to search this whole area. So that lake's part of this complex. So we're going to probably do like a mile radius search of that. And the lake's the first place we're going to look. Just maybe he walked away or something like that. But we want to make sure that we check everything in this area. We follow up on every lead that we can follow up. And that's another thing. If anybody has any information, you just heard from the grandparents and the uncles and the family members, please contact us. Let's bring the baby home. Let's get him home.
Are you going to be searching all the bodies of water that are around this complex? Because there are several of them.
We are. The dive team's out there. Also, we're using drones, so the drones can do like a grid search, so we can cover more area. Because again, the helicopter's pretty high, but the drone can get pretty low and do a grid search.
Chief, can you give us any geographical reference as to where the mother lives in relation to this complex?
Yeah, right behind me. As you saw, you're talking the victim, the deceased.
No, the other, the father's mom, where he went.
I'm not going to give you that information at this time.
Now, how did you guys realize that the father had these cuts on his hands? Was that after a detective went to go interview him, or did someone else, of his family?
Through our investigative lead with some of the family members, we were able to find that out.
Have there been any previous calls to service here? Any considerations?
Not one. This is, and we didn't get a call that night when somebody heard some noise. No one called us that night. The only time we came here is after the mother of the deceased. She called because, as she told you earlier, she FaceTimes her every day. So she didn't hear anything from her. She called the property manager here. The property manager goes to the deceased's home, and she finds a very violent crime scene. I want to make sure, a very violent crime scene. And that's when we start looking for the child. We didn't know there was a child until later on.
Was the door open? The property manager could go in, or how when they walked in?
They had to. I'm assuming they had to unlock the door.
Is the father the only person of interest that you guys are looking at right now?
We're looking at everyone, but right now that we're looking, like I said, the father's a person of interest. But we're going to see what the investigation leads us and the evidence. We want to talk to the father again. We want to know where Taylen is, and we want the father, if he knows where Taylen is, to tell us, and that's what we want. We want Taylen.
Was he released from the hospital that night when he went, for those cuts? Was he released?
The father's still in the hospital.
He's still in the hospital.
Chief, does the father have any criminal history of violence?
To my knowledge, no.
On top of looking in the bonds and water, the dumpster here was also taken last night. Was there just a precautionary reason to take the dumpster? Why was the dumpster?
We're going to check everything. We couldn't look inside the dumpster last night, so we wanted to make sure we could take the dumpster to a location where we could search it very thoroughly.
Right now, the father's not speaking, though, is that right?
The father's not talking to us.
Did you say what hospital he's at?
No, I did not.
Chief, what time in the morning did the mom call on Thursday when she missed that FaceTime call?
She didn't call us. She called a property manager, so I have to get you that timeline. Yes. I'm sorry. So the grandmother didn't call the property manager until 2:30 p.m.
Okay, and
that's when they made entry into the home.
We have a lot of Ring cameras everywhere. I'm assuming you've mentioned surveillance video tracking. I don't know if there's some at the gate, but have your detectives going door to door found any sort of video evidence that's helping you?
They're still out there now, and if people that do have Ring cameras, if you see anything on there, please share that with us. We're looking at everything that we can find. We've got some pictures already where someone saw the blood trail early Thursday morning. So we're going to try to, that's what we're trying to piece together this timeline. So we know there's a blood trail early Thursday morning.
Where was that blood trail?
As you saw outside, there was the blood trail right where the car was.
How important is every minute?
Yes, so we'll be testing everything. Is it his blood? Is it her blood? Is it Taylen's blood? Those are all the things that we've got to look at.
How important is every minute when it comes to finding, 2-year-old baby boy Taylen?
It's very important. We're coming up on 24 hours. 24 hours Taylen has been missing. That's why I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that people out there listening. We want to find this baby. That's our goal right now. Where is this baby? If someone has this baby, call us. Let us take this baby. Let us bring this baby back to his family. He's already lost his mom. So let's make sure.
How far out from this location do you expect to expand the search for this child?
We don't know right now. Again, like I said, we may do a mile radius. So right now we're just trying to figure out where we're going to start from. Okay? Okay.
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
And that's the end of the press conference with Chief Anthony Holloway. And we have learned a tremendous amount in the last 15 minutes, this beginning with a call to the public by the family members of Pashun Jeffrey. And of course, the family, there you see them holding up another picture of little 2-year-old Taylen Mosley, them pleading with the public for help or pleading with whomever is responsible for this to bring home Taylen Mosley safe and sound. But a lot of new information, but perhaps no information bigger than what we're learning about the father. Now, while we get into some details here about the father who has not yet been identified, we, of course, have a reminder to you, and I do this on live streams all the time, innocent until proven guilty. While now some details are coming out that certainly point investigators and, of course, point us in the media and you in the public in a certain direction, we always have to caution that, innocent until proven guilty. But let's kind of pick up the timeline. Right before the press conference began, we were going over the timeline. And what I'd like to do here is just kind of show everybody, this is now a live picture from where that press conference was held. So various members of Pashun Jeffrey's family who are here after the press conference.
Comfortable now.
And just an absolutely heartbreaking situation for them as they beg for Taylen to be brought home safe and sound. We do not know if Taylen Mosley is alive. We do not know if he is alive, where he may be. We just know that there is an immense amount of prayers coming out of St. Pete, Florida, Pinellas County, Florida, the entire Tampa Bay area, and now with live streaming, of course, really around the country and around the world for Taylen to be brought home safe. Just people praying that he is okay. But let's go over the timeline here because this is extremely important now that we're getting some clarity here. Okay, 5:20 on Wednesday evening. That is when these family members last saw Pashun Jeffrey and her missing 2-year-old son, Taylen Mosley. And if there's anything more going on here, let's see if we can bring audio back up. I don't want anyone to miss anything. We can recap the timeline at any point. But if anything's being said here, I want everyone to be able to hear it just as I'll be able to hear it. They're holding up pictures of Taylen Mosley.
Trying to confirm that they were off my shot. I knew I was, but
Cute kid. 8:30 on Wednesday. A little bit different than the previous timeline that we're given. The timestamps are becoming more clear. 8:30 on Wednesday night, a neighbor hears a noise at the apartment complex. As we look here, this believed to be, of course, Pashun Jeffrey, the 20-year-old mother of now missing 2-year-old Taylen Mosley. 8:30, a neighbor hears a noise coming from the apartment where mother and son lived. But now we have a new moment in the timeline that is so important. At 9:15, the boy's father shows up at his mother's house with cuts on his hands and cuts on his arms. Now, according to Chief Holloway, there is nothing to say that he is a victim at this time, but he later is admitted to the hospital for these injuries. He remains in the hospital and is not cooperating with the ongoing investigation. Innocent until proven guilty, but a lack of cooperation here is going to lead many across, of course, this family and people who are now invested in this story wanting to know, why will the father not cooperate? Why were there cuts on his hands and his arms? And we now know as well, very important, that there was a blood trail spotted between the apartment and the car. For those of you who were with us on the live stream yesterday, we were noting how many evidence markers were going up around one of the vehicles in the apartment complex parking lot. And we now know that one of the things that they were marking was was a blood trail that existed between the front door of the apartment complex as well as the vehicle that they had surrounded. Let's, again, continue to listen in here. I want to make sure I'm not missing anything that we might be hearing. This is just a raw feed from our camera crew folks at the apartment complex, so that's why they're not pointed at anything at the moment. And again, of course, share to help on the bottom of your screen as we continue to get the share count up in the hope that somebody has Taylen Mosley and that he is found safe and sound. But we're now getting some ominous pieces of this puzzle that give us an idea as to what transpired inside that apartment. And that apartment is said to be the scene of a violent homicide, a gruesome murder scene. And the remains were discovered on Thursday afternoon, the remains of the mother, Pashun Jeffrey. So again, new details discovered and learned about in this press conference. The father is not cooperating and is currently in the hospital for cuts to the hands and to the arms. And then the blood trail, again, pieces of this now becoming more clear. 8 o'clock in the morning tomorrow, volunteers are encouraged to come out. Anyone who wants to help has the opportunity to do so. They're going to be searching around the apartment complex. Here is, I want to show this here to everybody. We're going to go back live if we can. I want to show you, this is the vehicle that we're talking about. So this is now a live picture. I think our photojournalists might be listening in because the blood trail was spotted between the apartment. And now I think that now that we have learned this detail, our photojournalist is trying to zoom in on that because we might have missed it yesterday. We did have aerial video yesterday from Eagle 8 HD. However, it's going to be very difficult to spot drops of blood on the concrete on the sidewalk when you're talking about being several hundred feet up in the air. So that is the apartment complex. That's the section of the apartment complex where Pashun Jeffrey was murdered, where Taylen Mosley was last believed to be. And then that blue sedan on the left side of your screen is where, near there, is where the blood trail was located by investigators upon responding yesterday. But where is Taylen? We're now getting a bit of an idea as to what happened to Pashun Jeffrey. But we still have no idea what happened to this 2-year-old boy. It's the boy's father. You would hope that the boy's father, if the way that this is being now, the way that this is adding up, you would hope that the boy's father is being extraordinarily just wanting to take care of the boy, as we have the photo here of Pashun Jeffrey. But we have no idea where Taylen Mosley is. And again, as a reminder, innocent until proven guilty, we have no idea where exactly the boy's father was when this noise was heard at 8:30, but we do know that he was at his mom's house with cuts to his hands and arms at 9:15, so about 45 minutes later. We don't know the involvement of the boy's father, but again, going back to my point, if the boy's father is involved in the death of Pashun Jeffrey in any capacity, then you would hope that at the top of his priority list is the well-being of his son, because right now the top number one priority for investigators is to find Taylen Mosley alive. Here we have now an interview taking place, I believe, with Yolanda Fernandez.
Las manos y los brazos.
In
y entonces
español.
Lo llevaron al hospital y ha estado en el hospital hasta ahora. Para nosotros.
We'll have that tonight. We have our Spanish language news department here, tampaoy.com, if you're looking for coverage in Espanol. We'll continue to talk with you here on Facebook Live, on YouTube Live. I believe that Annie Mapp is going to be joining us, the reporter that was asking a lot of those questions at the press conference. I believe that she is standing by to join us here momentarily. But again, some of the other details learned, we do not know, police do not know if the boy's father lived at this apartment complex. We still don't know what the relationship was like. Was it a healthy relationship between the boy's mother and father that had taken a turn, or was there difficulties, problems in the relationship? What kind of relationship existed between the 2-year-old boy and his mother and father? The dynamics here are still unclear. Also, they do not believe that the person of interest, the father, has a criminal history. We don't know his age. We do not know his identity. We just know that he is currently in a local hospital and is not talking to investigators. And whether or not, we also really don't know as to how serious his injuries are. If he has been in the hospital now for an extended period of time, the injuries could be significant. You know, that was something that was discussed a bit at the press conference, was the cuts to the hands and to the arms. But is he in serious condition? Were the injuries minor? That is something also that we don't know. So I don't want to go too far deep down the rabbit hole and play the theory game, but there is now some idea as to what might have happened in this case, but it's irresponsible, of course, to connect dots that aren't ready to be connected until investigators point us, of course, in that right direction. We're getting some really ominous details with this update, but again, we don't even have this person being upgraded from person of interest to suspect yet, at least publicly. We're going to be joined here by Annie Mapp in just a moment. She's the reporter that was asking a lot of the questions at the press conference. We're going to take some of your questions as well. You see on the left side of your screen, right on here underneath my name, it says #HJB. That is a opportunity for you to engage with us across Facebook Live, YouTube Live, TikTok, Twitter, your social media platform of choice. If you use that hashtag, it gets basically beamed to us right here in the Stream Center, and we can animate your comments on screen. We can answer your questions. Even if you wanted to do something as simple as offer prayers that this young boy is going to be found safe and sound, you can do so. If you use that hashtag, it basically signals to us that you would like for us to include your comment in the conversation. So we'll start to get that underway here now. So, one of the questions that I was asking to myself in my head during the press conference, as we get this comment on screen, Ashley says, #HeyJB, do you think a family member would take him to their house? By now, you would have to imagine that investigators have checked the homes of family members in the hopes of finding Taylen safe and sound at a home nearby. We still don't have, of course, Taylen being found. So is it possible that Taylen is with a family member? If it's of course, it's absolutely, everything is possible at this stage of the investigation. But then why hasn't a family member come forward and said the boy is okay, the boy is safe, the boy is here with me at my home? Unless, of course, that there is a specific purpose. And again, we're not going to get too deep into the hypotheticals here, but unless there's a specific reason that you would want to conceal that the boy is at a particular location. We'll go here to just getting ready here, folks, because we're going to be bringing in Annie, and I'm just waiting for Annie to hop in and into our comment section here, or into the Zoom room, if you will. Oh, there we go. Okay, so Annie's about to join here momentarily. Stand by. We're going to continue our coverage here, folks. Let's go to some other questions and comments that are coming in. So, look, this is the opinion of one of our commenters. Let's make this very, very clear. But I think everyone, for the most part, in our comment section is thinking along the same lines as Darkheart here, who says on YouTube Live, #KJB, it's odd the father is ignoring police. If I were his dad, I'd be crying uncontrollably, telling them anything I know. Now, we have a right in this country to remain silent. It is a fundamental constitutional right. And people who have been with us here on previous live streams for previous stories that we have covered extensively here in WFLA Now understand this concept. But just because you choose to remain silent doesn't mean necessarily that you are guilty of a crime. It just means that you're exercising your constitutional right to remain silent. And so it's important to remember that silence does not bridge the gap with guilt. The two do not have a 100% correlation. While people think, my goodness, it's suspicious the person isn't speaking, there could be very well, it could be the reason could be as simple as the boy's father is waiting for legal representation, wanting an attorney present. It could be that simple before he gives a statement. And we don't know that he's not crying uncontrollably in the hospital. He very well might be. All we know is that he is in a hospital with injuries, cuts to his hands and his arms, and that also at the same time, he is not talking to investigators. Why? Only he knows at this stage of the investigation. Let's see here. Drago Noise, hashtag HeyJB, is it possible he could be out of the state or out of the country? Think about where you could travel in more than 24 hours. It could be anywhere. Now, it's very likely that the child wasn't on a plane somewhere, flying to, another country. But as far as him being put in a car, placed in a car and taken out of state, you could be out the West, really. I mean, you could be anywhere by now. I mean, within reason. Think about if the boy was last seen, really, we'll call it Wednesday afternoon into Wednesday evening, or really Wednesday evening into Wednesday night. Think about how far that you could get on a road trip from Tampa Bay, Florida, Wednesday night to now. You could get pretty far. Again, just checking on, Annie is going to be joining us here momentarily. I don't believe you, says hashtag HeyJB. Do we know when he was admitted to the hospital? He was admitted to the hospital after 9:15 on Wednesday night. And so, because at 9:15, he was at his mother's house. But I want to know if what the level of cooperation is with the person of interest's mother and how much the mother is cooperating with investigators. We don't know exactly when, but perhaps our reporter Annie Mapp can be able to fill us in a little bit. We'll bring Annie right into the conversation. Annie, who was there at the press conference. Hey there, Annie.
Hey, JB.
We just got a lot more information at this press conference. I know that you need to get ready for our newscast tonight on WFLA News Channel 8. We'll just bring you right in here. Somebody was asking in our comment section, do we know when the boy's father was admitted to the hospital? We know that there was the 9:15 timestamp as to when he went to his mom's house with those cuts, but as to when he was admitted to the hospital, do you have any information there?
So the chief didn't give us the exact hour, but we know that this happened apparently after he left the apartment here at Lincoln Shores. So apparently, according to the chief, someone in the family was able to tell them that he arrived at his own mother's home with cuts to the hands and also to the arms. And the cuts were so bad that he's still in the hospital. So that was Wednesday night around 9:15. And since then, he's been admitted to an area hospital. The chief didn't say what hospital it is, but since he's admitted, they haven't been able to have a formal interview with him. And apparently he's not cooperating totally at this moment.
Right, which of course, as we've been reminding people, doesn't necessarily mean that that police have the person that they're looking for. But of course, people are asking in the comment section, why, if it's pertaining to your son being missing, why would you not be cooperating with investigators? There's certainly more to this story. Annie, you have spent the day speaking with a lot of folks in and around the apartment complex, even before the press conference. What have you learned about Pashun and about Taylen Mosley?
Yeah, so everyone here at the apartment complex who lived literally right next door to her say she was, a very quiet person. They'd see them, coming in and out of the apartment, but, they really stayed to themselves. Sometimes they'd walk across the street to the gas station that's nearby, but very quiet people. Her family say she was very independent. They had recently moved to this complex. And also something new that we learned is Taylen had just turned 2 earlier this month. So, this is all very shocking for this family.
You can now use hashtag Hey Annie or hashtag Hey JB, and we'll bring in your questions, folks, your comments on screen. Let's also point out here, Annie, as well, some of the details about Pashun. We're talking about someone who had just moved back to the area, as we're understanding now, working at a CVS, just moved here. This is her first month. She was in a better place. She's originally from St. Pete, but was in a better place in her life. And then all of a sudden something changes, and now, of course, she is the victim of a horrific murder, and her son is missing. We're talking about a very drastic turn of events in just really the last 30 days.
Yeah, JB. And today we're starting to see, more assistance in this search. Clearwater Fire Rescue, their dive team has also now joined St. Pete Fire Rescue. They're checking a lake and also 2 retention ponds that are on the property. And something else is the chief says they're not only searching here at the apartment complex, but also another undisclosed location that he's expected to release at some point later today. He hasn't said, what other site they're searching. Also, something new that we hadn't learned before is a neighbor or someone who lives over here reported seeing a blood trail from Pashun's apartment to her car, which is parked right in front of her building 36. So that was also something we didn't know before. Let's
get to this question coming in too. The blood trail is certainly interesting. A lot of questions that continuously come in about the canines. We had one, what appeared to be a bloodhound or a bloodhound mix yesterday, and now we have this comment coming in from Lokita asking, does Hey Annie know if they have canines out already? Have you seen any canines, any dogs on the property? Because the dogs, if they're able to pick up on Taylen's scent, that could be a very powerful resource, a very powerful tool to locating the missing 2-year-old.
Yeah, I have seen some canines today. And I know yesterday, because I was watching JB, that there were bloodhounds out here. But today I've seen a different breed of dog. I haven't seen any bloodhounds. I can't tell you exactly, what breed it is, but I've seen, some dogs also searching. Now they've even blocked off this area some more than what it was earlier too.
I promised our audience that I wouldn't go too far down the rabbit hole, but we're gonna take this comment from Carmen because I think that there's this narrative that's being established with the public and based, of course, on where this police investigation is going. I'll read it. Carmen saying hashtag HJB, if he did it, and she fought for her life and made sure she tried to defend herself to leave proof so that he can get caught, prayers that the baby is safe and alive. So if he, again, cuts on his arms, cuts on his hands, and we don't know if based on what investigators have gathered at the crime scene, how much evidence there is of a struggle of some kind, but we're starting to get some of the pieces now, and we can't go too far down, down with the theory itself but what's been laid in front of us is certainly ominous, Annie.
Yeah, JB, and this doesn't sound like, a regular cut where you just go and you get stitched up and you're, out the door. He's still in the hospital, and that was Wednesday night when he was admitted. They haven't said what hospital, but he's still there. The chief didn't give any indication of when he could possibly be released. So yeah, those cuts sound pretty severe to me.
We have a comment here from JL in our comment section. We'll get to this one. It says, hashtag KJB, Pashun was a sweet, quiet girl. Her son doesn't deserve this. This is so sad. Hopefully the suspect is caught. She would come see her godmom. I never seen her with any man. So this is JL is claiming to be somebody who knows Pashun here in our area, here in the Tampa Bay area. And you would just you just want there's so much that's on the table right now. Of course, the top priority is finding Taylen Mosley alive, Annie, but then also justice for Pashun, 20 years old. We're talking about someone who's extraordinarily young and of course doesn't deserve what happened to her.
Yeah, very young. JB, again, had just moved to this apartment, living alone with her child, has a car, had a new job. Taylen had just turned 2 years old, was going, a very independent person, according to her family, very loving, very outspoken. So a lot of people are just trying to understand, why someone would do this to her.
We'll spend another 5 minutes here, folks, with Annie Mapp before she has to get ready, of course, for our newscast today on WFLA News Channel 8, because this is a story that is now continuously developing. And so there could be developments in the coming minutes, in the coming hours, and we're going to stay here with you, folks, on live stream and try to provide you with the latest as it comes in from St. Pete Police. Let's go to some other comments, some questions that are coming in from the Facebook Live and YouTube Live comment section. You can you can use either of the hashtags on your screen, folks, to ask a question or a comment. Eastern Girl wants to know, hashtag, hey JB, do you know if he had a car? And if so, did they find it? People have been wondering if there was going to be some kind of an alert put out to keep an eye out for a vehicle of some kind. So often when we get Amber Alerts, when the Amber Alert initially goes out, Annie, you know that sometimes it'll say, hey, look for this tag number, look for this license plate, or even a subsequent alert can get put out later to say, okay, now we have the vehicle information, look out for this vehicle. But we haven't had anything of that sort at this stage in the investigation.
Right. Nothing about a vehicle so far. I mean, the chief did say the father arrived to his mother's home, with those cuts on his arms and stuff. But they don't say exactly, how he got there, whether he was dropped off, or I'm not even sure how far, his mom lives from the Lincoln Shores apartment. So we don't know if he walked or if he drove or if he was dropped off.
And if he did drive, of course, the vehicle that he used to drive is going to be potential key evidence in the investigation. Bex is saying, hashtag HJB, are they going to organize a community search? And the answer to that is yes. You have details on that, right, Annie?
Yeah, so tomorrow morning, starting at 8, any volunteers who want to come out here and help at the Lincoln Shores Apartments, St. Pete Police Chief Anthony Holloway is, welcoming people to join in on this search. The more eyes, the better. They're supposed to release more details on their Facebook page, once they have everything set in stone. But he did say 8 in the morning. Anyone who wants to help out. I know I've seen a lot on social media, people asking, what can I do? Can we go look somewhere? And obviously, early in the investigation, everything is blocked off. But, tomorrow will be an opportunity to do that.
And we've seen community efforts come together before, most recently with J.J. Rowland in our area here in the Tampa Bay area. We'll look for a couple other comments. So Emily is saying, hashtag JB, why hasn't the grandmother on the dad's side not helping or show up for the press conference, working as a team with the mom's side of the family? This is a question that really only family members could answer. But there are questions now, Annie, about the level of cooperation that exists with the boy's father's side of the family. So again, to remind our audience, the boy's father at 9:15 on Wednesday night goes to his mom's house with these cuts. And we don't know, Annie, the level of cooperation that exists right now between the person of interest's mother and other members of the person of interest's family, and how it all fits in as far as the ongoing police investigation.
Right. Well, the chief did say, because I asked him, I said, how did you guys find out that he had these cuts? Was it through interviews? But obviously, before they even got to him or knew that Pashun had been murdered or that Taylen was missing, he was already admitted into the hospital. So the chief says he learned this, from a family member. He didn't say if it was family on the mom's side, on Pashun's side, or if it was, the father's family who told them those details.
Yeah, so details still to come out in a story that continues to evolve. And so we know so much more this afternoon than we did this morning, with some of the clarity that has been provided on the timeline itself. Interesting. I want to point this out. Chief Holloway, Annie, said something to the effect of, there is nothing that we have at this time that he is a victim, pointing to the boy's father. And I think he emphasized that quite a bit. What did you make of that moment?
Yeah, JB. So they're still investigating. Again, he didn't say if they found anything in this apartment that could lead them, to declaring the father as a suspect. Again, he still remains a person of interest. I spoke with the police chief, briefly after the press conference, and he says their goal is to get a formal interview with the father to learn more. But obviously, he's just not cooperating with them for them to be able to do that and learn more.
Annie Matt reporting for us quite literally from her news vehicle in the parking lot, where she was just asking some questions that were getting answered by police officials. Annie, before I let you go, before, of course, you get ready for our newscast tonight on WFLA News Channel 8, empty out your reporter's notebook. Anything else that you want to pass along while you're here live on stream?
Yeah, so just remember, if you want to assist in this search for 2-year-old Taylen Mosley, there is an opportunity to do so tomorrow at 8 in the morning here in St. Petersburg at the Lincoln Shores Apartments. Again, JB, like you said, we know so much more now than we did, yesterday and even this morning, when it comes to learning that the father is now a suspect, that he's been in the hospital now for 3 days. And it's been nearly 24 hours that we've known that Taylen has been missing. So, time is just ticking and ticking. And the chief says, every minute is important when it comes to finding this 2-year-old boy.
Annie Matt reporting for us here live, again, from the apartment complex in St. Petersburg, Florida. Annie, thank you so much for taking some time to join us here on stream. And we'll be looking for your reports tonight on WFLA. Thanks so much.
Thanks, JB.
All right. Annie Matt, give her a follow, folks, on social media, on her platforms, and we'll continue to go through some of the comments and some of the questions here. Let's just try to get as many questions and comments on screen as we can. There's a lot of comments in our comment section that are playing by the rules as far as using our hashtags, and now we'll look for hashtag HeyJB going forward from this point in the live stream onward. But as a reminder, while there's a lot of comments that are theory-based, saying, "Oh, this is definitely what happened," or I'm certain that this happened, we can't really put those comments up on screen. We try to, as we put it, keep the train on the tracks when it comes to trying to stay objective with what we're doing on these live streams. So while there's a lot of speculative comments, people who feel like they know it in their bones that this is what happened in this story, we can't really throw those comments up even if they use the hashtag. So we're going to try to keep that point of view going forward as we look for more of your comments. Let's go to Amy's comment, hashtag HeyJB. To anyone in or around there, please check your cameras. Help this mother that fought for her life and her son's life to get answers to what really happened, and help find her precious boy. Yeah, look, any Ring doorbell cameras, any dash cam cameras that people were pulling in and out of the apartment complex at that time of night. Of course, the apartment complex security, what kind of security system that they have and what kind of surveillance they have, that is going to be something that that investigators are going to be asking about and trying to get video of. There's a lot that cameras are everywhere these days, and hopefully that can be advantageous in this particular case. We'll look for some others. Let's go back to. I didn't hear anything. Vicky is asking, did they say they searched the father's vehicle? No, the vehicle is the blue vehicle there that we saw on your screen earlier, and I didn't hear anything about the father's vehicle. I don't think Annie had anything on the father's vehicle either. We don't even know if the father has a vehicle or what his means of transportation was. Sierra Manning, hashtag HJB, why aren't they searching now? They are. The search is currently active and ongoing. There was a dive team in the water earlier. There was a pond in the apartment complex, and that pond was being searched for hours by dive teams, trying to find, trying to find any sign of Taylen Mosley. And so you would hope that special equipment would then become available if police have any better idea that the boy But look, there is nothing that we have right now that leads us to believe that police are investigating information regarding him being in the water. Okay? It's a long way of me saying we don't know if he's in the water. It's very procedural that they are looking in the water because they are making sure that anything that is within the immediate area of the apartment is being checked. That's why they rolled the dumpster out. Everybody remembers the dumpster. We'll show you again this video from yesterday. They took the dumpster and they're evaluating the dumpster and going through all the trash to find any sign of Taylen Mosley. There you see it being rolled onto a truck and being put at an unknown offsite location where they're going through it and looking for any signs of the boy. So again, it's just about combing through everything that they have in the immediate area of the apartment complex, whether that's above water on land or in the pond or one of the waterways around the actual property itself. Tattoos asks, #KJB, just coming in, did they say the father has been in the hospital for the past 3 days? We don't know when exactly he was admitted to the hospital. It was in the aftermath of 9/15 on Wednesday. When exactly he was admitted as a patient. Victoria, #HeyJB, did they check the situation she left behind when she moved? Right, wherever she lived before. She had just moved back to the area, so wherever she lived before this, is that something that was checked? We would assume that they are going to check everything that has a direct connection to right there, Pashun Jeffrey, on the right side of your screen, but we don't have any information. Now, it can be very procedural for a law enforcement agency to call up the local or county law enforcement agency, like, out of town and say, hey, we have a missing persons case. Do you have anything that can help us? Can you keep your eyes peeled and just kind of put that jurisdiction in the know? But we have no idea if that phone call ever took place. Yeah, Lala also saying, #KJB, they also stated that drones were going to be used to help look, and drones have been in the air looking. There's already been the law enforcement helicopter, but the helicopter is at a higher altitude. Drones are at a lower altitude. So, and both are advantageous in different ways. A helicopter can carry more equipment, and also a helicopter can cover more area and stay in the air longer. Drones are shorter flights and also much lower to the ground, but also helpful in that regard because they can see more from a closer vantage point, is what I'm trying to say. Helicopters can see more, from a far higher altitude, but you could also argue you could see a lot more closer up from a drone because they're lower in the sky. Brittany is mentioning something about a reward. If anybody has any reward information, can you email it to me at heyjb@wfla.com? Hey, moderators, I'm going to put that in the or maybe if YouTube moderators, if you guys could help me out. Just going to put this in here. Any information, send to... Yeah, I have not seen anything about a reward. Now, that could have come in the last several minutes. Looking here. But if there is a reward, that, of course, might look, and why people might say, my goodness, it shouldn't be about money. It's about finding a little boy safe. $5,000 reward, $10,000 reward, $1,000 reward, whatever the amount may be, it just brings more attention to the case. And so if the boy happens to be with somebody who's attached to this story, that could mean something to that person. You would hope it doesn't come down to money. It comes down to doing the right thing, you would hope, but it will get some attention. So if anybody sees anything like that, a social media post of some kind, we have to vet it before we can report it. But this is a good question. Sierra wants to know, I thought the previous lady said the search is tomorrow to look for the child. Why not get the community helping now and searching? Why wait until tomorrow morning? It's a really great question. And so a lot of it's going to be logistics. They might not be ready to. A volunteer search isn't just as simple as a bunch of volunteers showing up and searching. We saw this in the search for J.J. Rowland. You want to make sure that the right people are looking. And so there are some people who probably shouldn't be looking for a child, a missing child. And while their intentions might appear to be sincere, you don't really know until you do. Look, you want to be able to let people sign up so that you know the identities of the people that are searching, and that you try to just get a little bit some background to make sure that they do have good intentions. And so setting that up can sometimes take a little bit longer than you would think, because you don't know how many people are going to show up. It could be hundreds and hundreds of people. And to handle that influx of people, and also, too, to establish a plan. It's not just like, okay, everybody, look. It's not a game of hide and seek. There's a strategy to it where you're going to try to send groups of volunteers in different directions so that they know that certain areas are covered and certain areas are yet to be searched. Grid searching, using volunteers to help out law enforcement to make sure that everything is working harmoniously can take time to set that up. Oh, Brittany says the police department. Let's see this. Okay, yeah, is this from Facebook? Where's their tweet? Oh wow, that's interesting. Let's go to, hold on, St. Pete Police on Facebook. Check this out. We also have new pictures of Taylen. New pictures of Taylen just coming in. Okay, yeah. St. Pete Police, I'm not sure why they didn't put this out on all their platforms, but they did put this out on Facebook. And I'm also curious as to why this wasn't announced at the press conference. I'll read this from the St. Petersburg Police. Thank you to Brittany for sending this my way. I really appreciate it, because I can have a lot of tabs open on my web browser. But for every law enforcement agency and every social media account for every law enforcement agency, it's difficult. So thank you for passing this along. It's why we do this interactive journalism effort here at WFLA. St. Pete Police posting 35 minutes ago. Reward offered for information on homicide and missing toddler. St. Petersburg detectives are seeking the public's help for information about the death of 20-year-old Pashun Jeffrey and the whereabouts of her missing 2-year-old son, Taylen Mosley. At about 2:30 p.m. Thursday, March 30th, 2023, police discovered Jeffrey's body in her apartment at Lincoln Shores apartment on 4th Street North. Her 2-year-old son, Taylen, was missing from the residence, and he could be in danger. Anyone with information about this investigation who wishes to remain anonymous is eligible for a reward of up to $5,000. Please contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-873-TIPS or crimestoppersofpinellas.org. I want to make sure that Annie saw this. And I'm just gonna blast this out to our whole newsroom to make sure that they're aware. Bear with me, folks. And then, yeah, Sarah sent me another screenshot of somebody claiming to offer, an individual person claiming to offer a reward. I can't vet that. I can vet it from a law enforcement agency. We can, of course, verify the account, but I can't verify this account. So while it very well might be sincere and it's getting shared around Facebook like it is sincere, I just can't do much with it, unfortunately. I do want to get some of these new pictures of Taylen up on screen. And so we'll get this one loaded. We'll get this one loaded. These are new from the St. Pete Police Twitter account. And I'm telling you, my theory was correct. This kid must love the color orange because he wears a lot of orange. It's, yeah, adorable. Let's go now to load up these pictures. Stand by. They are loading. One of these photos is really funny, too. It's actually really funny. And I hope that we can get them up on your screen so we can look at these all together. Because he's just got a funny look on his face. There's no doubt that Taylen has a personality. Has a great personality is what I mean. Okay. Now some new images are going to be cycling through on your screen. Brittany, once again, will put away your comment, but a huge thanks for pointing that out to me. It's why we love doing live streaming here, because there's some great folks out there that that help out with our live streams, from our YouTube moderators to folks on Facebook Live that send things my way and say, JB, look at this, or have you checked into that? And it definitely makes the job a lot more vibrant than on television. Television, we can't really hear you guys out there, but live streaming, you guys can comment along with us, and we can have a back and forth conversation, and you can help us sometimes. Here's the picture I was talking about. He has a look on his face. There's Taylen. He's got a look on his face like, what? Cute kid. And here he is on a tricycle, again wearing orange, an orange shirt. Here he is with a hat on his head, and what appears maybe a front yard or backyard, and wearing an orange shirt and orange shorts. And there's the picture that was blown up and shown at the press conference of him in a car seat. Man, I really hope this kid is found alive. I just really hope that this kid is found safe and sound. My prayers, I was thinking about it all last night when I got home. Still thinking about it, obviously, all day today. And that's why we're staying here with you live on stream. Just look, if we can stay with you live on stream, get the share to help activated across a lot of different pages and profiles on Facebook and Twitter and just social media in general. And maybe, just maybe, somebody saw this kid somewhere. Let's just try to do something here, right? Let's spread this as far as we can and try to do something. Oh man, really loving the orange hearts that are coming in on YouTube Live. You guys are awesome. All of a sudden, somebody just started just putting a ton of orange hearts, the orange heart emoji, all over our comment section. That's really great to see, and sending positive vibes for Taylen Mosley and his family. Yeah, no, there's no doubt that at first we were noting that we only had two pictures, and both of them he was wearing orange clothing. And now all of a sudden we have 6 or so photos, and he's wearing orange in every one of them. So that might have been a favorite color. Maybe it was a favorite color of the family too. You just don't know. Orange here in Florida of course, you see orange a lot at Gators games. But yeah, there's the picture that they blew up to bring to the press conference here today. And now the new pictures. Yeah, look at his sneakers. He's got orange colored sneakers. He's wearing the same ones there. They look like, yeah, they're Nikes. Wearing the Puma shirt there. And yeah. Again, cute kid, man. Seeing the orange hearts on TikTok. Saying hi to Mackenzie and Tina and Positive Vibes and Amy and Ashley and some others on TikTok live as well. Good to see you guys. Spreading the story on TikTok too. Really appreciate you tuning in. We're just trying to help out the family of Taylen Mosley. And yeah, now a $5,000 reward has been offered. I want to read that section of the release one more time. And it says here, anyone with information about this case who wishes to remain anonymous is eligible for a reward of up to $5,000. Please contact Crime Stoppers or 1-800-873-TIPS or crimestoppersofpinellas.org. Anyone with information about this case who wishes to remain anonymous. So if somebody out there knows where Taylen is and has concerns about the consequences from law enforcement and they just want to do the right thing, you're eligible for a reward of up to $5,000. So, look, we just hope that somebody knows where this kid is and he's found alive and safe and sound. We can only hope. Great to see the orange hearts coming in here on Facebook Live, too. Just a lot of positive energy. I get a lot of comments from people on Facebook and YouTube, and people are saying, hey, my goodness, the news is so, there's just so much negativity in the news. How do we spread some positivity? And sometimes that's all it takes. Sometimes it's just people want there to be a bit more of an uplifting approach to even the most dire of circumstances, the most dire of news stories where things feel so desperate and so hopeless. But sometimes if you just, we tried to do that with JJ, and I know I bring up that story a lot, but I'm just trying to inject some hope into this story as much as possible and trying to stay optimistic and trying to stay positive because this boy is alive and well and safe and sound until we're told he isn't. At least that's how I approach it. And so I know that a lot of you feel the same, and we're hoping that he is safe and sound, and we're hoping that there was not some act of terrible evil that took place on Wednesday, and we're hoping that that Taylen is just somewhere and likely very scared and wondering where his mom is, and that of course makes your heart sink and makes you feel, my goodness, this is a child who would grow up without their mother, but we're just hoping that he's found safe and has the opportunity to do so, have the opportunity to grow up. So we'll continue to stay positive here. Antoinette in our comment section, hello to you in South Africa, and thanks for watching. Goes to show our live streams get watched by people around the world. All right, back to some of the questions that are coming in. Melanie wants to know, does the apartment complex not have security cameras? Do they know? Look, here's the thing about security cameras that I have learned in being a journalist here in Tampa and at previous stops too. You would be surprised at how often security cameras with companies are visible but not operational. And I'm not saying that that's what happened in this case, not by any stretch of the imagination. But I've been a reporter who I've done door knocks on businesses and said, hey, I would go up to a business owner and I would say, hey, by now you're probably aware, there's a big story going on your block, and I see that you have a security camera. Have you checked the security camera to see if there's anything. And this is almost word for word. This is the response that I get from the business owner. Police were just in here and they asked the same question, and that camera broke down a few years ago, and we haven't gotten around to replacing it. We just leave it up to let people think that there actually is surveillance on the property. Just please don't say that. That happens a lot when you talk to not. I don't want to say that like a majority of surveillance cameras out there are busted and don't work anymore, but it feels like every time you need for there to be surveillance video on a security camera, especially from a business, that's the question that you get. Now, there's a lot of insurance companies and there's a lot of liability that comes into play where you better have working security cameras, because if your cameras aren't working, it could lead to, of course, a very dicey situation for you should something happen on your property or near your property. But look, sometimes it's you see a security camera and you think, my goodness, this is going to be it. You're going to get some video that could really help you out and be useful to investigators, and then you get that sinking feeling like, my goodness, I've heard things like, oh, we ran out of storage, or it just got too expensive to pay for cloud space in the cloud. I've heard every excuse as to why a security system wasn't working. Happens quite a bit. Evanese says some cams work on motion but don't record everything. Some other questions and comments that are coming in. We're going to stay here with you guys live for a little bit longer. But yeah, just folks, if you haven't shared by now, please do. Especially if you live in the southeastern United States. The closer you are to Tampa Bay, the more you should be sharing this story. Just because, especially now that we have a reward offered in the case, because now that there's a reward, I'm telling you, you'd be surprised at how often when a reward, that's why investigators post rewards in situations like this, because you'd be surprised when you post a reward, all of a sudden the phones start to ring a little bit more on the tip line. So I'm just putting this now. Let's get this updated on the bottom of your screen. So there it is. Maybe that will get more attention. Just look, and when you share it, you hit retweet or quote tweet, or if you hit the share button on Facebook, now you can type in, look, a reward is being offered in the case. And if somebody who knows where this boy is all of a sudden sees a $sign on the post, look, maybe, just maybe, it gets us closer to a scenario where Taylen Mosley is found safe and sound. So yes, if you haven't shared by now, we encourage you to do so. And the closer you are to Tampa Bay, Florida, the more important that it is. We have no idea where Taylen is. He could be in Tampa Bay. He could be somewhere else in Florida. He could be somewhere else in the country. We have no idea. We're just hoping that he's safe and sound and found somewhere. Witches wants to know, #KJB, where are you getting the information about the father having cuts? Just now tuning in. Yeah, that was announced at the press conference. That was really the big takeaway, if you will, from the press conference with Chief Anthony Holloway, the police chief in St. Petersburg, Florida. I'm going to try to re-rack that press conference so that we can listen one more time. And I don't have that re-rack, so I'm just going to communicate with our team and see if we can get that. I want to play that back for you guys, and so we'll get that for you here shortly. Looking at some other comments. the last call, if you will, for hashtag HJB questions and comments. But we're going to stay here with you live a little bit longer as we try to get the share count and the tweet count up as much as possible. I want to point this out too, though. Really important. A missing child alert was also put out today in Florida for a missing boy, Quintarian Lacey, and went missing out of Panama City on Friday. I want to see if there's been any update on that. Now, missing from the Florida Panhandle, different section of the state, but it's a 10-year-old who went missing, 4 feet tall, 100 pounds. Let's see if I refresh this. Now, there isn't any update on our website, but let's just kind of check what the word is on social media from some law enforcement agencies and see if there's anything about this young boy. No, yeah. It's an active FDLE missing child alert. I'm going to retweet this. Check my Twitter if anybody wants to see it. 10-year-old boy, Quintarian Lacey, 4 feet tall, 100 pounds, black hair, brown eyes, last seen on the 800 block of Hamilton Avenue in Panama City, Florida, possibly wearing blue jacket, black shoes. Asked to contact Panama City PD at 850-872-3112 or call 911, really, for, again, a Florida missing child alert out of Panama City. And yes, you can share to help. Share to help. Any comments or questions if you want to pass something along? Oh, this is interesting. And this comes in on Facebook Live from Sandy. And it's actually, I think it's covered by the YouTube. Wait, where's Sandy's comment? Sandy, we're going to get your comment up on screen. Try that again. Hashtag HJB, they're still searching the water here. We're here watching, hoping they find this poor baby. Yeah, our cameras are down to prepare for our live reports coming up at 4, 5, and 6 o'clock in our evening newscasts on WFLA News Channel 8, your NBC station here in Tampa Bay, Florida. But Sandy is saying that she is there and they're still searching the water, and that's an arduous task. That can take a lot of time. It's also hard work to search, an area of water for something so small. We're talking about a small boy and hoping that he's not in there. Sierra says, was anything of Taylen's belongings taken from the apartment that makes police believe he was taken instead of wandering away? Like something, right, like clothing. Could somebody, if the boy had been kidnapped and you wanted, and you cared for his well-being, are you grabbing a lot of clothing? Are you grabbing an extra pair of shoes? Are you grabbing stuff from the apartment so that he has a couple of extra items? Even something as simple as, I know it sounds, but if there's a boy in distress, let's say that there's a boy like Taylen who's 2 years old, and there's obviously an extremely, difficult situation that is unfolding, and he is hysterical crying, but you don't want him to be crying endlessly. Even just grabbing a toy and giving it to him to calm him down and try to prevent him from continuously crying. I mean, that's a great question, Sierra, and we have not heard from law enforcement if there's any missing items from there. But also, too, you're not really going to get police offering up that information. Reason being is because sometimes there's information that is sensitive to the ongoing investigation. And so if police make it known that an item or items are missing from the apartment, that signals to perhaps a person, and I'm just speaking in general when it comes to a kidnapping or an abduction of some kind, that tips off the kidnapper to dispose of those items because it could link them to the ongoing crime, right? So you want to make sure that there's certain information that is kept close to the vest, so to speak. But we have not been told of any information that makes it very clear that anything was taken away from the apartment. Mary Blue Girl is asking the same thing for Annie Mapp, who's no longer on stream. She's getting ready for her live reports on television tonight. Looking here at some other comments. Krista, that's an interesting comment. Yeah, look, the fact that the boy's father is not cooperating feels it's not a good feeling, right? It's not a good feeling. But this country, of course, we all fall under the law of the land, and while there's an ongoing investigation, he has his right to remain silent. And so there could be a very good reason as to why he's not speaking, whether evil or he's just waiting for an attorney to make sure that he has legal guidance to navigate him through what could be a precarious situation. But it certainly does not feel good in your gut that we have somebody that isn't cooperating with police when it comes to his missing child. His child is missing. You would think that what our commenters are saying is, you would think that a father who knows that his son is missing would do anything and everything to cooperate with law enforcement and help out, but isn't helping. And that, of course, is a very, it's a sinking feeling, is it not? But it's not indicative of guilt, and it's not indicative of a crime, and it's not indicative of something that you can't be charged for not talking. You can't be charged for not saying anything. Now, what's interesting is that we have an ongoing lawsuit in the Gabby Petito case that is about really this exact topic, about how the parents of Brian Laundrie did not talk to the parents of Gabby Petito during the ongoing search for. It's just coincidental that we have a massive legal case that's developing here with that lawsuit that is about that very thing, about remaining silent when you shouldn't remain silent, or when people believe you shouldn't remain silent. But the difference here in that case, according to the lawsuit and according to the judge that has allowed that lawsuit to proceed, is that the Laundries didn't remain silent. They issued a statement through their attorney, and that, of course, is part of, it's a variable in the equation, if you will, for them not remaining silent. And they have allowed that the judge has allowed that lawsuit to move forward for intentional infliction of emotional distress based on the fact that that statement was issued. So, different stories, completely different stories, but a similar conversation and a similar theme, in that we have people that you would think would want to do the right thing and help, but aren't speaking with investigators, that aren't. Well, actually, you know, let me backtrack. I got to be fair. The Laundries did cooperate with law enforcement, according to their attorney, and we do know that there was dialogue between law enforcement and the Laundries. So that case is more about not cooperating with another family and giving information to another family. In this case, we have a suspect who is not cooperating with law enforcement, not talking with law enforcement. So there is a difference there, and I do get that. But about your fundamental constitutional right to remain silent, there's a parallel there between those two. And, of course, how it's then perceived by the public at large, all of you, as to what that silence really means. Becky with a question here that will animate on your screen. Becky Wolf wants to know, do we know if the father was involved in Taylen's life? We really don't. We don't know if he was living on the property with Pashun Jeffrey. We don't know how involved he was, if he was involved at all. Very limited information, very limited amount of resources there. In a few minutes, folks, we're going to replay that press conference with Chief Anthony Holloway and listen in. We might just do one more fresh listen and try to pick up on anything that we didn't previously have in our notes. Saying hello to our audience joining us on TikTok Live as well, like Amy, Positive Vibes, Kayla Marie, Tina, Ashley Miles, Mandy Stewart, a bunch of folks joining us. Hello. I'm going to say hello, everyone. Yeah, you can follow me there at WFLA JB on TikTok. Why TikTok? Because some people only use TikTok now. And I don't care that people only use TikTok, but in this way, if we're going to use every platform that we can when it comes to a situation like this, we have an Amber Alert. And so if we can use that platform to our advantage, we absolutely are going to. I posted stuff this morning on Instagram. I think every social media platform I'm trying to get stuff on, I'm trying to do my part as a live streamer to get out information to as many different places as possible. Some people are really picky when it comes to social media. Some of you may only use Facebook and say, you know what? Facebook is my platform. I don't want many others. It's just Facebook for me. Some people, it's Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, insert social media platform here. We want to make sure that we're live in as many places as possible. And so Gina Bell, Tyler Renee, Amy Lee, it's Cal to you 74. Thank you guys for joining. I know that some people just want that platform, and we're here to help. Jasmine Sue in the Facebook Live comment section using hashtag HeyJB. Is the father speaking about how he got injured? He's not speaking to law enforcement. Now, whether or not he spoke to his mother, because remember, he has these cuts, right? He's got cuts on his hands and cuts on his arms. And so he goes to his mom's house about 45 minutes after the noise was heard at Pashun Jeffrey's apartment, at the mother's apartment. He goes to his mom's house and goes there. We don't know what exactly happened and then at a later time, he's then admitted to the hospital for those injuries, at which time police know where he is. They know where he is, what hospital he's at. They're not releasing that information. They know where he is. I'm sure they know exactly what room he's located in, but they have attempted to talk with him and he is not talking with investigators. So we don't know if he's talking with investigators about how he got injured. If we as reporters are able to get a hold of his family to see if he's had any conversations with his family that provides us with some information, some context here, we'll of course pass that along to you. But so far, we have had zero contact with the paternal side of the family, the boy's father's side of the family. We hope that they come forward, talk to us. We'd like to get some information, just ask some questions. And every side of the story deserves to be heard, right? So if they want to speak up to defend this person of interest that hasn't been named yet, but people are really starting to point the finger at, by all means, you can come on here and we can just try to get some information, to get some context here about the particulars, because it's all about finding Taylen Mosley safe and sound. And if we can help in that regard, or if there's anything that information-wise that gets us closer to that conclusion, that result, that's what we're trying to do here, trying to help out. And spreading the word about Taylen Mosley's disappearance in the hope that he's found safe. Dear BLHA McGardle, am I on Discord? I've been on. There was a time when the Gabby Petito story was really at its peak, and people were messaging me endlessly to get on Discord, and I made an account on Discord, but I have not really been much on Discord since. Gloria on YouTube Live, I see your theory, and I have to be responsible here, and I understand that that's the theory, and I'm acknowledging it, but we have to try to stay objective with our goal here in providing quality journalism. Hashtag KJB is the family cooperating with police. The maternal side of the family is cooperating with police. They were at the press conference today pleading with the public for help. The paternal side, the boy's father's side, We don't know. They could be cooperating, but we have limited information. Alicia, hashtag AJB, has there been any information released on the mother's cause of death? No. But there was the blood trail located outside of the apartment. We don't know what the cause of death is for 20-year-old Pashun Jeffrey. Manda Panda, hashtag AJB, I hope that his family is just as worried as us. His mom should be worried about her grandson. Yeah. All immediate family members. Doesn't matter if you're paternal or maternal. Doesn't matter. If you're a family member, if you're a friend, you should be concerned and doing everything you can to help out police. But there's more to this story that we don't know. Clearly. It's obvious that there's a lot more that we don't know. So what we're going to do now, folks, is I'm going to load up the press conference. Thank you to the WFLA team out there in the newsroom. I'm here, of course, in the WFLA Now Stream Center. And what we'll do is we are going to re-rack that press conference up so that you guys have it. So just bear with me as I do a little bit of multitasking here. But this is Chief Anthony Holloway. I believe it was about an hour or so ago now. No, actually about 90 minutes ago now. The press conference was at 2 o'clock Eastern time. And so he spoke and he gave new details. So let's listen to this one more time with fresh ears and see if we can pick up anything new as far as the details, the latest information that we get from police that was at this press conference about 90 minutes ago.
Good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do first is introduce to you to the mother of the victim, and also the grandmother of Taylen that's missing, Ms. Dittens.
We just want to say that Taylen is a beautiful little boy, and he's really loving and caring, and he's just very sweet, and he'll smile and laugh at anybody. And there's Amber Alerts everywhere. And you guys have seen them. I have people all over the country calling me about the Amber Alerts. So I'm asking everybody, if anybody, somebody saw something. Okay?
Please speak up.
So if you know something, say something. Help us get Taylen back. Taylen lost his mommy, so he needs his family right now. So we ask for your help in finding him. Somebody knows.
Somebody knows something. Please speak up. Somebody knows something. Somebody saw something.
And Pashun just
Taylen
a beautiful mom.
Love to be with his family.
Does he have a
We
nickname?
missing Taylen.
Does he have a nickname?
We call him
Tay Tay.
Tay Tay.
Yes, he will answer.
The
to
glam. He answered the glam.
Yeah, he answers to a lot of things. He's very smart.
He's always
kid.
calling his mom on his cell phone.
Yep, always.
He misses his mom. They call each other all the time. She really loves Taylen.
Yeah, we don't know.
She always was there for Taylen. She calls on breaks.
Yep, and
early in the morning they FaceTime me. Early in the morning.
Yep, we're without words. We love Pashun very much, and we love
Very
Taylen.
much.
So we've lost Pashun. So
Sweet
we ask
baby.
you guys to help us to find Taylen and to get him back, please.
Please help, please.
What was your daughter like? What was her personality?
She's very outspoken. Always make you laugh.
Smile. Beautiful smile all the time.
Always joking.
Trying to rap.
Laughing.
Always trying to rap,
Laughing.
sing.
Scaring you when you're not expecting it. Always hiding behind doors.
Yes,
I mean,
love to
she
scare
was-
you all the time. Ever since she was
she's-
like 3-4 years
Yeah,
old.
she was 20, but she's a loving kid, and she loved that baby. That baby loves
so
her.
Sweet. I can remember when Taylen was born. I was coming from Seminole, I working. He looked up at me like, I said, Taylen Mosley. And he said, huh? Closed his eyes. I said, okay. That means Glam need to go sit down now.
Yeah, and if he
But
calls for
please,
his
y'all,
auntie,
please.
that's me.
That she
Okay.
calls for you?
Yes.
Well,
T and TT.
Coach, is there a message
Your
you
daughter,
would
she was
send to
making a life for
Taylen's
herself?
father? He's been named a person of interest. Is there anything you would say to him or what?
There's
Please.
nothing we have to say. Okay.
Your daughter was making a life for herself, and so what she was doing, how she was making her way and making her way and making a life for she and her son. What was she doing?
Well, she had just moved. She was working at CVS. She had just moved out here. This was her first month that she lived here. And very happy to have a better place than what she had before. And for a 20-year-old, she was doing well. She wanted more out of life. And, you know, we're without words.
Now, are you guys originally from the St. Petersburg area, or where was she? Where was she born?
She's from St. Pete.
Yes.
St.
Originally from St. Pete.
What have you guys been doing last night and today? I know the answer is you're obviously looking for Taylen, but how are you doing that? Who are you contacting? What steps have you guys been taking to try and uncover anything?
We're just making sure that everybody is aware of the Amber Alerts, that it's showing up, passing it on Facebook, and in any other social media outlet, make sure that everybody sees it. And so it's very difficult because we're in a really grieving pattern right now, you know, because we don't know where Taylen is and we lost Pashun. You know, so we're depending on the St. Pete Police Department and all of you media to help us to find Taylen.
I'm sure you're all prayed up right now.
Oh yes, and we have prayed and we've asked everybody else to pray too.
I'm so sorry for your loss, and we're really hoping for a safe return.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If anyone out there is watching this and knows where Taylen is, just what message do you give to that person?
Please bring Taylen home.
Say something.
He needs his family.
Home safely. He needs his family.
Because he's
he
missing
needs
his mother.
family. He's missing his mother.
So he needs to be around people who love and care about him.
He's missing
and
his
can hold
grandmother.
him.
His great. His great.
When you see that Amber Alert out and his face being shared by people who might not even know him, what is that like for you to see that picture being shared everywhere?
Well, it's very difficult to see it, continually see it, but we have to see it just like the Amber Alert ran across the cable system all night long. So a lot of people, it's difficult because we don't know where he is. And we want to know where he is, and we're glad that they're doing it so that we can have a possibility of getting him and getting him back. So
Perhaps you can give us a bit of an update here too. Do you have any idea what might have happened here at all?
we don't know.
Okay, we're going to do everything in our power.
Thank you.
Please help
I
us.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Chief Holloway will provide a timeline.
Okay. As you saw from her, it's very emotional. I'm going to give you the timeline again about what happened yesterday, then open it for any questions if you wish. And again, our two most important things right now is number one, to find Taylen and bring him home, and number two, to find out who killed Miss Jeffries. That's our main goal right now. This is all hands on deck. Every detective is working this case. I just briefed the mayor prior to coming here. I want to thank our partners that are out there. Number one, the St. Pete Police, the St. Pete Fire Department, the Clearwater Fire Department dive team. They're here. The Sheriff's Office, Pinellas County, for bringing their aviation unit out here. Manatee for bringing out the K-9. Our partners at FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, and the FBI. So as you can see, everyone here is working on this case. So again, I'm going to go over the timeline that with you yesterday and more information that's come before us. So yesterday, as I said, the last time the family was seen around 5:20 on Wednesday afternoon with the family members, as you saw grandmother right here talking to them. Around 8:30 Wednesday night, someone said they heard a noise. They heard some type of noise that was out there. Around 9 o'clock, the father arrives at his mother's home, his hands are cut, and his arms are cut. From there, he goes to the hospital, and he admits himself into the hospital. The father is a person of interest, but nothing in our investigation, I want to repeat that, nothing in our investigation leads us to believe that he is a victim. We tried speaking to him, and he's not talking to us at this time. So we're going to continue doing our investigation. The main thing that I want people out there to know is tomorrow morning, if there's any volunteers that want to come out, we're going to do a search at 8 o'clock in the morning. So if you just want to come to the location, we'll also put it up on our Facebook page on where you need to come so you can help us look for Taylen. And we're going to continue to do the search throughout our city. This is an ongoing investigation. As we get more information, I'll be more than happy to share it with you. And again, our goal right now is to find Taylen. So with that, I'll open it for questions.
Can you tell us anything about any other areas you're searching besides that lake?
Yes, we are looking at another location. We'll get that to you later on this afternoon. But we're going to start here because as you see the crime scene is here. We're going to search this area, search the complex south of us. And then as we get more information, we'll ask these volunteers to join us in those areas also.
Can you run us back through the father? What time did you say he arrived? You said at his mother's house with his hands cut, or where exactly?
So around 9:15, he's at his mother's house. His hands are cut and his arms are cut, and then he admits himself into the hospital.
Have you been able to determine what cut his hands and his arms?
No, we have not.
And I guess following up on that, do we have a sense of kind of how Pashun was killed, and if so, has a murder weapon been recovered if such exists?
That's still part of our investigation.
Did the father live here at this apartment complex with her?
That I don't know.
Chief, we noticed that they're looking in the lake. There is the back, is a big car. Did you guys have any tips that lead to that lake? Why are they looking in that lake?
We're going to search this whole area. So that lake's part of this complex. So we're going to probably do like a mile radius search of that. And the lake's the first place we're going to look. Just maybe he walked away or something like that. But we want to make sure that we check everything in this area. We follow up on every lead that we can follow up. And that's another thing. If anybody has any information, you just heard from the grandparents and the uncles and the family members, please contact us. Let's bring the baby home. Let's get him home.
Are you going to be searching all the bodies of water that are around this complex, because there are several of them?
We are. The dive team's out there. Also, we're using drones, so the drones can do like a grid search, so we can cover more area. Because again, the helicopter's pretty high, but the drone can get pretty low and do a grid search.
Chief, can you give us any geographical reference as to where the mother lives in relation to this complex?
Yeah, right behind me, as you saw, you're talking the victim, the deceased.
No, the father's mom, where he went.
I'm not going to give you that information at this time.
Now, how did you guys realize that the father had these cuts on his hands? Was that after a detective went to go interview him, or did someone else, of his family?
Through our investigative lead with some of the family members, we were able to find that out.
Have there been any previous calls to service here? Any considerations?
Not one. This is, and we didn't get a call that night when somebody heard some noise. No one called us that night. The only time we came here is after the mother of the deceased. She called because, as she told you earlier, she FaceTimes her every day. So she didn't hear anything from her. She called the property manager here. The property manager goes to the deceased's home, and she finds a very violent crime scene. I want to make sure, a very violent crime scene. And that's when we start looking for the child. We didn't know there was a child until later on.
Was the door open? The property manager could go in, or how when they walked in?
They had to, I'm assuming they had to unlock the door.
Is the father the only person of interest that you guys are looking at right now?
We're looking at everyone, but right now that we're looking, like I said, the father's a person of interest, but we're going to see what the investigation leads us and the evidence. We want to talk to the father. Again, we want to know where Taylen is, and we want the father, if he knows where Taylen is, to tell us, and that's what we want. We want Taylen.
Was he released from the hospital that night when he went, for those cuts? Was he released?
The father's still in the hospital.
He's still in the hospital.
Chief, does the father have any criminal history of violence?
To my knowledge, no.
On top of looking in the bonds and water, the dumpster here was also taken last night. Was there just a precautionary reason for the dumpster? Why was the dumpster?
We're going to check everything. We couldn't look inside the dumpster last night, so we want to make sure we could take the dumpster to a location where we could search it very thoroughly.
Right now, the father's not speaking, though. Is that right?
The father is not talking to us.
Can you say what hospital he's at?
No, I did not.
Chief, what time in the morning did the mom call on Thursday when she missed that FaceTime call?
She didn't call us. She called a property manager, so I have to get you that timeline. Yes. I'm sorry. So the grandmother didn't call the property manager until 2:30 p.m.
Okay, and that's when everything
that's when they made entry into the home.
We have a lot of Ring cameras everywhere. I'm assuming you've mentioned surveillance video tracking. I don't know if there's some at the gate, but have your detectives going door to door found any sort of video evidence that's helping you?
They're still out there now, and if people that do have Ring cameras, if you see anything on there, please share that with us. We're looking at everything that we can find. We've got some pictures already where someone saw the blood trail early Thursday morning. So we're going to try to, that's what we're trying to piece together this timeline. So we know there's a blood trail early Thursday morning.
Where was that blood trail?
As you saw outside, there was the blood trail right where the car was.
How important is every minute?
Yes, so we'll be testing everything. Is it his blood? Is it her blood? Is it Taylen's blood? Those are all the things that we've got to look at.
How important is every minute when it comes to finding, 2-year-old baby boy Taylen?
It's very important. We're coming up on 24 hours. 24 hours Taylen has been missing. That's why I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that people out there listening. We want to find this baby. That's our goal right now. Where is this baby? If someone has this baby, call us. Let us take this baby. Let us bring this baby back to his family. He's already lost his mom, so let's make sure.
How far out from this location do you expect to expand the search for this child?
We don't know right now. Again, like I said, we may do a mile radius, so right now we're just trying to figure out where we're going to start from. Okay?
Thanks, Chief.
Thank you.
That was Chief Anthony Holloway with St. Pete Police at the 2 o'clock press conference, so about an hour and a half ago or about hour and a half ago. Yeah, 90 minutes ago. Back here with you live on WFLA now as we make this a last call for your questions and comments. $5,000 reward has been offered. I just tweeted that out. Please feel free to retweet that. That might get some attention from some folks. And again, it's a very active and ongoing investigation, but you heard there repeatedly, and there's just this emphasis on how they are right now. The most urgent thing for them, for police, for investigators, for law enforcement agencies in the area is to find Taylen Mosley. These new pictures that just came in the last hour or so. And again, anyone with information can call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-873-TIPS. Or you can go to crimestoppersofpinellas.org. I'm sure that 911 will also point you in the right direction. But if you want to make an anonymous tip, you do so through one of those two means. The phone number at 1-800-873-TIPS or crimestoppersofpinellas.org. You could be eligible for a reward of up to $5,000 if you have information pertinent to the ongoing investigation into the whereabouts of missing 2-year-old Taylen Mosley, or the homicide investigation of for victim Pashun Jeffrey, the mother of the boy that you're seeing here on your screen. Last call for observations, questions, comments. You can use hashtag KJB. I'll try to animate as many as I can on screen. And I want to get to this one from JL, who says, Pashun was a great mother. Taylen was loved. Anyone who's seen her, baby Tay, and family could see. Was there a cell phone anywhere? Maybe a phone conversation or argument that could lead to more information? Were there phone records that were pulled? So actually, during the press conference, I was texting a couple of reporters. I was saying, hey, we should probably ask about the phone. Do they have Pashun's phone? And we were not able to get that question answered during the press conference because your phone is so important. We talked about this earlier on live stream. Your phone is so important. It's got everything. It's got your whole life in it, really. But we don't know, JL, if there's any information as far as the recovery of the phone. Let's go to Carly. Carly on Facebook Live, hashtag KJB. Has anyone spoken about what the relationship between the father and her was like prior to this happening? Were they civil? Was he even involved in the baby's boy life? We've been asking all of these questions, Carly, and we have not been able to get an answer. We don't even know if he lived there at this apartment complex or in that apartment itself. So we're trying to get that information. But so oftentimes, folks know this, relationships can be complex and can have their own ebbs and flows and their twists and turns. And at sometimes things can be, I'm not saying I have any information. I'm not saying that, but we've covered enough stories here on WFLA Now together interactively for folks to know that relationships are complicated. They are complex. Again, even going back to something that we learned with the Gabby Petito story just recently, even though that story is years old and so many people still remember our live streaming coverage from that story, we just learned just recently that Brian had a very, very strained relationship with his mother, Roberta, before he left on that road trip, that they had a very difficult and complex relationship. And so, look, we don't know what the current status was with the relationships between Pashun and the boy's father. And we don't know how much the boy's father was involved in his son's life. But we do know that that if there's one thing that informs us at least a little bit, it's that the boy's father is not speaking to investigators. That does tell us something. Now, on paper, it just tells us that the man is, exercising his constitutional right to remain silent. But it also tells us that he is not a father who is putting everything off to the side and doing everything he can to assist in searching for his son. Because if he was willing to do anything possible to help investigators track down his son's whereabouts, then he would be, of course, cooperating with investigators. Am I not wrong? So, yeah, it's complicated, folks. Alexandra wants to know, let's see here. Is there anything on her socials? Yeah, there's been some activity on her social media accounts there, Alexandra. Let's see if I can get your comment on screen. It's just froze for a second. Oh, there it is. Ta-da. Is there anything on her socials? Yes, we have come across her social media activity, but nothing that gives us any obvious... anything obvious as it pertains to the ongoing investigation into Taylen's disappearance or her death. But her socials are something we have come across, of course. We do our due diligence here at WFLA. This just popped up on my live feed. Not sure what happened. It appears to be a plane crash. This just popped up. See if we have any information, any details on this. Looks like a plane went down. More on this story on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. We're always accessing a lot of different feeds here in the WFLA Now Stream Center. A lot of different things will pop up at different times. But really, if you guys want just the truth, I look, so I have different screens here, right? When I look at this screen, and that's why if you ever see me look this way, I'm looking at all of our feeds, our satellite feeds, microwave feeds, cellular feeds, all the different feeds that come into the newsroom, I'm looking at here on this screen. They cycle through and they change, and it's a very important piece of screen real estate over here for me to stay in the know with what is going on and in relation to all the happenings of the day in the news here in Tampa Bay and Florida and beyond. And I will tell you that most of this screen right now is because we get a lot of different assets from a lot of different places. It's just a whole lot of focus on the indictment of the former president of the United States, Donald Trump. And so there's different cameras all over the place focusing. I'm seeing one here of a Trump plane. I'm seeing one of outside Trump Tower. Lots of feeds pertaining to any activity regarding the former president of the United States and the indictment that has come out of New York. But we're staying here with you on the story that matters, of course, here in Tampa Bay locally. And that story is the disappearance of Taylen Mosley. We're going to go till 4 o'clock, folks, 4 o'clock, and then we're wrapping up our live stream. This is the last call for your questions and comments. We stayed here a little bit live beyond the press conference. The more we get the share count out, The more people find out about this story, the longer that we're live, the more people that find the stream. Look, better chance that we have of somebody seeing this boy. If there was a kidnapping, if there is an abduction that has taken place, and this boy is currently on the road somewhere with somebody, and somebody sees this picture on a live stream or on a tweet or on a Facebook post or just somewhere on the internet, and then recognizes the boy, calls 911, that's exactly the whole point of doing what we're doing. So just trying to get the word out as much as possible. And so by now, I'm sure that you would say, my goodness, isn't the audience, as they would call it, saturated? Hasn't most of Tampa Bay and most of the area found out? But really, it just goes beyond locally, because now that this is extended beyond 24 hours, the boy could be anywhere in this country, to tell you the truth. So investigators know that. We know that. And we're just trying to do everything that we can to spread the word, share to help with the disappearance of Taylen Mosley. Let's see. Any final comments, questions coming in? Antique, thank you. That's very kind. Lala as well, thank you. Or Layla, I think it's Lala. It's not a, that's very nice of you to say. I don't think that's Olivia, right? It's not Olivia. Olivia. It's Olivia with a W. No, but we're just trying to stay positive. That's all. Anyone who has seen any of the live streaming work that I've done in the past, you know that I'm just going to try to stay as optimistic as possible and try to stay hopeful. We did that with JJ, a previous missing persons case, another missing child. And yeah, the moment that he was found alive and we were live on stream for that, I'll never forget that moment. But that's, look. Oh, saying yes, it is Olivia. Yes, so to Olivia, we're going to try to stay optimistic, stay positive, just keep good energy flowing and do our very best. There's enough negativity in the world, right? How about a little bit of positive energy, even though we're talking about negative subject matter? Just because we're talking about something that is so terrible in a, with the death of a 20-year-old woman and the disappearance of her son, we can try to stay optimistic and try to stay positive and channel good energy and try our very best to keep people's spirits up as they hope for the ending that we're all praying for. Manda Panda, hashtag HeyJB, will we get updates tomorrow, even though it's a Saturday? You better believe it. We'll have our news team on it tomorrow. And you know that police aren't going to stop until they find Taylen. But my goodness, you can't help but think, is there going to be a change of heart with the man laying in a hospital bed right now? As far as the boy's father, will there be any cooperation that takes place as this story continues to unfold? Yeah, look, Saturday, we'll be on it. We'll be on it. JPAC wants to know if there's any word of a night search yet. I don't know if there's been a night search. Well, look, there was definitely a search efforts continued overnight, but in what capacity and how many resources were dedicated? Once the sun goes down, it becomes a lot more logistically difficult. Don't know exactly, what it's going to look like overnight, but I know that our Nightside team, our reporters tonight, will be picking up that thread going forward. All right, that's hey, big thanks to those on YouTube Live checking in with Facebook. Tiffany wants to know, can the family of the victim know his favorite toy or blanket? I'm sure that the family knows of that. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can't say. Yeah, Alexandra, I see your comment there too. Obviously a whole lot of interest there. And we'll see TikTok live. Tyler Renee says, #KJB, is that if there is a night search, will your team be there? I'm going to go if there is, and tomorrow. There's not a this is for Tyler Renee on the WFLA TikTok page, or excuse me, the WFLA JB TikTok page. There is not a night search in a volunteer capacity tonight. That picks up at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. You're encouraged to follow the St. Pete Police Facebook page. We'll post it as well on the WFLA Facebook page and the WFLA website and app. Details about how you can show up and how you can assist. You don't just go to the address and then just start looking through bushes. That's not how a volunteer search works. You usually go and you coordinate with the teams on the ground, the law enforcement. There usually is a liaison that will help point you in the right direction for how to properly assist in the volunteer search efforts. So we'll have those details for you on our website and on our app, but you can also find it on the St. Pete Police Facebook page. So that's a comment from, and always, I'll bring this up again. Do they know how the dad got to the hospital? Just curious if that vehicle has been searched or if a dog's brought out for the scent. This is a really great question, always. And look, that's one we're going to ask about, because how he got to the hospital and how just his means of transportation is, of course, pertinent to the story. But I want to end our live stream on this. He is a person of interest publicly. His identity has not been revealed. He is not speaking, cooperating with law enforcement, but he is not a suspect. He has not been charged, and you are innocent until proven guilty. And it is my responsibility to remind our audience of that, because we have seen in previous stories and in previous coverage, so oftentimes do people want to proceed in the court of public opinion. People want to file charges, but that's not how it works in this country. It's not how it works in the real world, okay? And so virtually, it's easy to just point the finger and say, this is the person who did it, this is the person who's responsible. But we really just are working here with the information that law enforcement is providing us with. And so we have to remind our audience, innocent until proven guilty. A lot more to this story, and there's probably more than likely information that from the boy's father that could help out law enforcement. There's going to be something you would imagine. There's going to be something there that could perhaps help out law enforcement as they try to, at the very minimum, eliminate him as a suspect. But he's not cooperating with law enforcement right now. And that, of course, is something that is going to get a whole lot of attention. But as it does get that attention, as a reminder, innocent until proven guilty. On Facebook Live, we're going to be wrapping up the stream. On YouTube Live, we're going to stay live a little bit longer in just one of our slate looks. You'll hear music playing, and that is just an opportunity for us to go back with you live quickly in the event that we need to give you guys an update. If there's a breaking news update in 10 minutes from now, we don't want to have to launch a brand new YouTube stream because that's difficult for people to find. But Facebook Live, we can launch one. Notifications go out and everyone piles in really quickly. YouTube, it's a little bit different. So we're going to stay live on YouTube. We're going to end on all other platforms for now. And if something happens, of course, look for me on Twitter. Really, I'm going to be posting updates on this story as they come in. Twitter will always be first. We try to break news, of course, and give updates as quickly as possible on Twitter, and then look for those updates. You can follow me at WFLAJB on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and also on TikTok now as well. And I will post updates on those platforms as information comes into our newsroom here at WFLA News Channel 8. Huge thank you to our moderators on YouTube Live for helping point our commenters in the right direction, providing resources and links, keeping our comment section kind and respectful and welcoming to all audiences, to Dina and Bug Love. I think might have saw Michelle earlier. I think I saw Lynn earlier as well. We've got our great YouTube moderation team. Really big thanks to them. And of course, as a reminder, all of our resources are on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. Even when I'm not here physically in the stream center, our WFLA team is still here on the ready to post updates as they come in on our website. So a big shout out to our WFLA team. And as a reminder, one more time, pop up on camera one more time, share to help. Okay, we don't care where the post comes from. It could be from WFLA, the St. Pete Police Facebook page, on their Twitter. It could be another media agency. It's all about just getting this boy's images spread out to as many channels on the internet as possible, and doing our part to assist law enforcement and really assist this family in finding Taylen Mosley alive. We'll be continuing, of course, to report on this story, and I can share that I will continue to pray for Taylen Mosley's safe return home. And so if you want updates on this story, you can find it on WFLA.com, the WFLA app. For now, we're wrapping up our live stream on WFLA Now, but ready to go live at really any moment should we get any updates on this developing story. Thanks so much for joining us here on WFLA Now.